engine do you think that Quicksilver's running?
You know, I'm just going to go out on a limb. I think it's a 912.
It is a Rotax.
It is Rotax.
It is a Rotax. But what model is it, Anitra?
That is a 582 65 horsepower Rotax.
Oh, nice. Rotax motor. You notice how he come down and he didn't really gain a lot of altitude. He really is on his game today, too, just clearing the top of the trees so that he can keep that speed up.
All right, it looks like he clears the pylons as he went into Driftwood.
Now, folks, up here in the booth, we've actually got a camera set up, just really impressive setup here from Intercut Productions, who have done a great job getting all of these speakers and all this technology set up. And they've even got back. He's already on his way back from Driftwood. We can see this on the TV. We've also got big screen TVs set up in the green roofed pavilion right across from us. So you can go check the scores and see your favorite pilots as they come in and out of Driftwood. We'll see them coming around the trees here any minute. You can hear that Rotax coming around the bend.
Oh, that one was close.
So he's got a little bit of float there.
It's interesting, that was
Trying
really
to get
close. Looking to see if he cleared those pylons and looking for the flag on that. And I think that probably has a lot to do. He was talking about this Quicksilver Black Betty. He says it feels like you're actually putting the brakes on when you pull the power back, and that may have got him on that run.
So we've got his measurement, and off he comes. Now this next pilot, a very familiar face around here, Redbeard, or Mr. Kevin Hopkins. He was walking around last night with his pirate hat on.
Is that Redbeard?
That is Redbeard.
Redbeard's coming up, man.
That's a 46 Taylorcraft.
And you know what kind of engine that has on it? What does the bio say? I think it's a little 65 horse.
Yeah, Continental. 65 horse Continental. Rolling a Macaulay prop. Now his empty weight's only 700 pounds, so he's very light.
Guys, I want y'all to notice how professional Gary is out there, our flag man today. Absolutely professional. Watch him when he does. He takes his job very seriously. We really appreciate having him out there, I guarantee you.
And there goes Redbeard.
Gary, you the man, brother. You the man.
So you'll notice, folks, that he's keeping that thing low to the ground. Like Don was saying, no need for altitude here. And then he's going to slip it in left. Ooh, good slip going into Traveler. That's outstanding. That's outstanding. Don, did you see that?
I'll tell you, textbook. Again, it's, you know, we Top Gun Maverick. I love that show, you know, being an ex-Navy guy. But the pilot in the box, like Maverick said, and Redbeard and a lot of the pilots out here today are showing that skill level, pilot in the box.
Well, it says here on his sheet he's got 1,200 hours in that Taylorcraft. So, you know, he knows that plane.
Right, exactly. I guarantee you. And like we were talking about earlier, you know, about the 75 seconds between the, you know, lowest person and the top person, Steve Henry.
All right, it looks like Redbeard's coming back from Traveler, headed over to Driftwood. From what I can see on the monitors, it looked like it was a good turnaround for him.
I can see one thing already today. Everybody's definitely keeping their altitude a lot lower, getting that speed up, the forward speed versus trying to climb and losing that speed.
That's right. They're making a slow, steady climb from your right to left, and then you'll see guys, they take that right into Driftwood. And we're looking on the monitors now to make sure Redbeard gets over the top of that cone.
You know, the other thing that's cool about his airplane, like I say, it's 77 years old, and he's out here competing in it, 65 horsepower. And the other thing that's kind of cool about what he has, he doesn't have anything but factory brakes on that thing. He doesn't have the new fancy disc. You know, we don't have the 300-plus horsepower engine. He's using what he's got.
And we see him using them over there at the Driftwood strip. He did clear the pylons on the way in, so now we've got to get the turnaround. He's got to clear them on the way out, or he will incur penalties.
So, folks, that demonstration, oh, he made it easily. He's over the pylons at Driftwood and on the way back out. So the idea behind having to clear these pylons, folks, is that these airplanes are backcountry airplanes, and sometimes they'll be in on a strip and need to gain altitude to get out of a valley like the one we're in now. Showing that you can clear those pylons shows that you've got the skills in the aircraft to get in and out of these backcountry situations. And here he comes. Coming in nice and high, got a nice slip, getting all of the energy out of that aircraft. Very nice landing for Redbeard.
I tell you, when they start that bouncing down the runway, it's definitely difficult for them to apply the brakes, and that's not what he wanted to do, but still very respectable in that for sure. You know, one of the things that we need to do here every day is talk about our sponsors. You know, obviously my company, Patriot Aircraft, is a premier sponsor. We're excited to be that this year. But our other sponsors are way more important. I mean, you know, having those is just what we got to have. And we're going to talk about throughout the day the different levels. We got the platinum, we got the gold, we have silver, and then we have our light kind sponsors. But so we're going to watch our guy take off here, and then we'll cover some of those sponsors. Because without them, ArkanSTOL does not happen.
That's exactly right, Don. And here we have coming to the line Mr. Merle Potter for his second run. Everybody gets 2 runs today, folks. So if they don't get it figured out on the first run, they get another shot.
I tell you, Gary's putting on a show out there. The flagman is just putting on a show.
Yeah, watch this. He might give us a little flag twirl at the end of it. He clears the runway, checks with ops. Production, everybody's ready to go. The flag is up, pilot's ready. And off goes Merle Potter. Then a little flag wave there from Gary.
Gary loves his job. Gary, we thank you for your hard work out here. He can't hear us, but we're going to thank him anyway.
He can't hear us. He's way too focused on the job, keeping an eye on it. He looks like he's trying to fly the plane himself.
Well, you know, we talk about Gary, but, you know, really he is the last line, the person that's going to turn the airplane loose. And you see him doing his checkoff. He checks down with the different people on the line for safety, make sure everything is really good to go on the course, making sure he's clear to take off. And so Gary is he's really the last safety man out there, you know?
That's right. And folks, safety is always number one out here at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. And here comes Merle coming back. He is all in that Rotax, everything it's got.
Yeah, they're really going nice and tight across the top of those trees today. Well, let's talk about our platinum sponsors real quick. I tell you, we got Young Aviation, wonderful company, does all kind of stuff you can get with them about buying an airplane, transporting an airplane. We got Intercut Productions, of course, that's doing all this audio-visual stuff. Stoll Aircraft. Stoll Aircraft is a company that helps people finishing their airplanes, building airplanes. They're a builder's assist program, great company out of Tennessee. Legend Cub Aircraft, you can see their tent right over there on the other side of the runway. They have one of their airplanes is called the MOAC, the mother of all Cubs. We've got Dobson Aircraft. Now, they're a salvage company. You can buy all kind of different parts and pieces from them. Family-owned, awesome folks. Mid-Continent Aircraft and Heaven Bound Aviation. So that's our platinum sponsors for ArkanSTOL.
Thank you, Don. All right, we're watching on the monitors here, and Merle cleared the pylons on the way in. We should be looking for him to come back. I'm looking at his bio here, and he says, Black Betty is a special airplane. It's not your mother's ultralight.
Oh, really?
Any ultralight that is aerobatic is not your mother's ultralight.
Now, you can look and see how stable that airplane is. He flies that thing like he stole it.
Here he comes. Let's see how he does.
No issue getting over those pylons.
Hitting the ground a lot earlier. That's not surprising. It's not surprising these guys are going to figure it out. He's happy with that, folks.
He is very happy with that run, as he should be.
Yeah, you see a little fist pump there. Get a little love from the crowd. Let's give it up, folks, for Mr. Merle Potter. That's his last run for the day. Way to go, Merle.
All right, we've got Redbeards coming up for his second run. And for you folks over there on the line, the format today is that each pilot gets 2 runs at the course today.
You get 2 shots at it. So a pilot will come up and they'll make a run, and then they'll make a few adjustments and they'll go again. This is also a great time for us to talk about another one of our platinum sponsors, Intercut Productions. They're a full-service video production agency in Bentonville, Arkansas, helping to produce all the wonderful videos and action shots for this competition. They also specialize in creative content. They bring your ideas to life with their award-winning producers. Their commercial video production, empowering your brand to produce and deliver high-impact, standout video content from casting through to the final edit. They also do aerial video production, from drones to helicopter and just about everything in between. With their Part 107 certificate, their team has the experience and equipment to deliver your next level aerial video.
All right, Redbeard's in. All right, we've got Redbeard up. He's getting prepped. And you know what the name of this airplane is? He's named his airplane Forbidden Fruit. I'd be interested to get the story on that.
That would be a good story. He's also one of the founders of the High Wing Hillbillies out here. You know, they have the Stole Bandits, the High Wing Hillbillies. Good gravy. Those Legend Cub guys are always flying together in a flock. You know, these pilots do tend to kind of flock together. Don, do you find that to be true?
I definitely do, and that's the good thing about this community period is there's always somebody willing to help you. It doesn't matter what airplane you fly. Manufacturers don't matter. When you're out in the outback, it's what matters.
And that's what Redbeard loves to do. And here he goes, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got the flag drop, and he's off. I feel like we need to give him an R.
Arr, that's what I'm talking about. So when Redbeard comes in, folks, I tell you, it'd be kind of nice. We'll kind of do a little quick countdown, but when he lands, let's give Redbeard the arr. Arr. Y'all know what his favorite food is, don't you? Do you know what Redbeard's favorite food is?
I do not know.
It's an Arby's roast beef sandwich.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Arby's.
These are the dad jokes, folks. They'll be here all day. So we see Redbeard making the turnaround at Traveler. He's just getting back into that Continental. He's already lifted off the ground. We'll see him coming around the trees here in just a minute.
I tell you what, when he passes by, we're going to talk about some more sponsors. We're going to go to the gold sponsors when he comes back by.
As you're saying, Don, Redbeard is quite the personality. We want to invite you to meet him today in the pits after the show for a meet and greet.
I tell you, that'd be awesome. And a really classy individual, got his red beard. I mean, he's named perfectly for what he is, and he has his Pirates hat. It's he's quite the character, is he not?
He is quite the character. He's super fun, and you can't miss him. So just look for the Redbeard in the pits.
You know, I just noticed something. You've got your Stall Nation T-shirt, but you also have that lovely Patriot hat.
Your team gave this hat to me this morning, and we were taking bets on how long it was going to take you to notice that I had your hat on.
You know, it's one of those things. I noticed it earlier. We were talking and kind of really going over everything this morning. It's amazing, this team, especially you and Matt. You guys are total professionals. I'm just over here kind of ad-libbing, but you guys were putting your books together, and I didn't want to interrupt. I just really, but I did notice the Patriot hat, and I thank you for wearing it today.
Well, we thank you for your support, being the premier sponsor of this event, and I am proud to wear it.
Excellent. We got to get Matt a hat, but I don't know if I have one that big.
Well, I tell you what, this morning I'm wearing my Airplanes and Coffee hat. And folks, Airplanes and Coffee are on the field. If you'd like to get some free coffee, roll over to Airplanes and Coffee. They're supporting aviation education all over the United States, from north to south, east to west. Go over there and talk to them. They've also got swag, of course. And go talk to Russ Keith and his wife, Kim. They'll be glad to talk to you about Airplanes and Coffee. So, Don, we were discussing earlier, and I promised that we were going to circle back around to it. Here comes Redbeard.
There he is.
Let's just watch. Look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. That is just good piloting right there.
Yeah, he stuck those wheels that time. Now you can get on that brake a little bit harder.
That's outstanding. And you notice, folks, he had a great slip coming in. You're going to see a lot of that today. These pilots are using these slips to get this to get the energy out of the aircraft and lose that altitude quickly. They want a high angle of attack coming over those pylons, and that's what's going to take the win today. Mr. Kelly Qualls, who's also competing, is up here working with Ryan and has hooked us up with a automatic update that we can look at. We'll be calling out the scores as they get entered into the system. Those scores are updating live on ArkanSTOL's website and on STOL Nation. So you'll be able to follow those scores at home.
Also, speaking of ArkanSTOL and STOL Nation, we teamed up. We're really proud to do that. And you hear us speaking of all these stats and about the engine of these airplanes, and you'll hear more and more as we get into the competition where we have experimental aircraft about the mods that are on these aircraft. You can go to the ArkanSTOL website. You can see all of the pilots that are competing here this weekend. Their profiles, you can click on it, and you can read everything you want to know about these pilots. They'll have a little bit of history in their bio and all of their airplane information in there. So head over to the ArkanSTOL website at arkanstol.com and check out these pilots' profiles.
All right, well, let's talk about one of our sponsors, our like-kind sponsors. Speaking of them, the guys and gals, it will be coming in just shortly with our American flag. And that's Skydive River Valley. Skydive River Valley, their company, if you want to go over there and you want to learn to skydive, they'll be glad to take you up and give you an introductory parachute drop. But they're going to be coming in just a moment. Look, 2 minutes is what I'm giving. I'm giving the 2 minutes. So they'll be coming in, and we're going to be playing the national anthem. And so we'd ask everybody when we give the announcement to definitely stand up, remove your hat, and cover your heart, and we will be playing the national anthem. And, me being ex-military, you ex-military, Matt, and we, I'm sure, have a lot of ex-military out here today. It just makes me proud and tear up every time I hear that national anthem. What about you, brother?
Yeah, it really does, and it's just so awesome to be here. This doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, Don.
Not at all.
Nobody else, anywhere else in the world, has the freedom to do this kind of thing. And to just get out here and just enjoy ourselves in this great country. And, I flew Oz 3 days ago, and it was just beautiful.
Absolutely.
Just to be out here in this beautiful country. Let's watch the Skydivers come in. Here they come.
Sounds good, guys. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look straight up, you can see the Skydivers over the field. And there they go.
All right, folks, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty on our national anthem, but still, please, like I say, when you see that flag, stand and uncover. You know what? We just had a good request. I think it'd be awesome. Anybody that would like to stand and we all sing the national anthem. Oh, do we have it? Here we go. We're coming. We got it. We got to play.
All right, folks.
All
Let's give it
right.
up for these skydivers coming in.
All right, our flag is definitely a little higher up. It's awesome. One of the things that we need to talk about is our military men and women. You know, we take them for granted sometimes, folks, but they stand in the gap. We talk about that, and we really mean it. Is they put their lives on the line every day. You know, when the wolf starts howling and crying, that's when they stand up, go to the gap, and dare that wolf to come in. Absolutely dare that wolf to come through that gap. And we're so proud of our women and men of the military. Praise God.
This is the one disadvantage of being underneath the nice shade over here. You can't see the skydivers coming in. You can hear the flag waving in the wind.
The beautiful red, white, and blue.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Way to go. Let's give it up for these great skydivers.
All right, so they're brought to us by Skydive River Valley. Thank you very much for you guys doing your like-kind sponsorship. We also have in our like-kind sponsors, we got Aviation, Buffalo Outfitter Center, Experimental Aircraft Channel, Brian Wallstrom and his team. We've got FAA Light, the FSDO and Fast Team, Flight Outfitters, Klein Designs, McFarland Aviation Products, Planeworks, Tempest, The Pilot Club, Aero LEDs, Hug and Haul, Red Target, and of course, Stall Nation.
Okay, so Don, That's a typo. That is Red Tag Art. And
Red Tag Art?
Red Tag Art did those trophies that you saw in the safety briefing this morning.
Wow, those things are absolutely awesome. Red
I know.
Tag.
The only bad part about those trophies is that when the trophies are really, really nice, the pilots fly just that much harder. And I mean, you're gonna see some of these planes coming in and just slamming down on these because they're gonna want those trophies. They are nice.
Those are some of the nicest I've seen. I'm gonna tell you right now. And so those guys did an awesome job.
Dare I say, bougie?
Oh, they're very bougie. Speaking of those amazing trophies, as the Skydivers get ready to clear the strip, I hear engines running in the pits. And one of the two people running in this round is in contention for one of those Red Tag Art trophies. We will have coming out, we'll be finishing up the 100 horsepower, no flaps class, and we're going to have Jordan Normark coming in. And then also, we are going to have hometown pilot here to ArkanSTOL, Cyrus Justice. Let's talk about his times from yesterday.
Well, you know, folks don't realize, but in his under 100 horsepower, no flap airplane, which is just awesome to fly those to start with, he was actually the shortest landing yesterday of everyone.
He had the shortest landing. As they clear the field, folks, let's give it up for the Paradise Valley Jumpers. Thank you, Paradise Valley Jumpers. Thank y'all so much. Skydivers, Paradise Valley Skydivers, way to go.
Awesome, I tell you.
So back to talking about Cyrus Justice.
Yes, Cyrus.
Shortest landing yesterday.
And how old is he?
19 years old.
19.
And a darn good fiddle player.
And, you know, and he's competing against the unlimited, not really the unlimited class where he's not in their class, but he actually beat Steve Henry.
He did. He beat everybody. And so that comes back to a conversation that I promised we were going to circle back around. So, folks, the time difference between the fastest airplane out here, which, yes, it was Steve Henry with Eddie Sanchez nipping at his heels, the fastest time and the slowest time only had 75 seconds between them. What that means is if you were the slowest pilot out here with the slowest aircraft and you could land 74 feet shorter than the fastest aircraft, you win, because a foot equals a second. So that changes the whole dynamic. Now, these pilots are smart, and these pilots are good. And last night at dinner, they were all discussing, you know, what it was going to take to get one of those Red Tag Art trophies that are over there in the briefing tent. And they all understand the assignment, that they're going to have to come in with that high angle of attack. They got to come in at a high angle of attack, get all of the energy out of the aircraft. And remember, folks, they are measuring the landing from the towers, from the inflatable cones, pylons out.
Yep.
And so the higher the angle of attack, the sooner you're on the ground, the sooner you can apply your brakes, and the less forward momentum you've got. So it changes the game.
All right, it certainly does. Taking the line, who is going to be competing against Cyrus is Jordan Normark. And I know this is one of Don's favorite aircraft. This is a 1946 Piper J3 Cub. And Jordan says in his bio, I like flying.
Well, I tell you got to like flying because a Cub doesn't go anywhere fast. And if you look at this airplane, this is technology, again, like say from the 40s. This is what some of our men would have been flying in the war. They were called liaison aircraft back in that time frame. But if you look on the bottom and top of the wing, you're going to see the registration numbers on the airplane. And you know why they were 2 foot tall like that? Do you know why?
No, why, Don?
Well, the reason they were because we didn't have all these fancy radios that we have nowadays.
And there goes Jordan. By the way, I'm going to do a shameless self-plug. Jordan's using my helmet as it goes. Folks, we're using as much safety equipment as we possibly can, and helmets are now a requirement at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. And if you want to get a helmet, there are many companies out there online. I actually paired mine with a Bose A20. So I could have that noise canceling.
Oh yeah, you got to have that. I tell you what, even in the helmet, there's a lot of noise out there. But man, he made a beautiful turn right there in that airplane. And again, I'm fascinated by the older airplanes. That's why, like Silas right here, I just love watching these guys fly these older airplanes. To me, they're the underdogs, but they just do an awesome job. That pilot skill, man, the pilot in the box.
That's right. It's all about the pilot.
Jordan has 1,100 hours, mostly in Cubs and Super Cubs. So he says he has 500 plus hours in Cubs, Super Cubs. Several hundred of that is operating out of short, unimproved strips with obstacles, and he flies daily when the weather allows him to do so. He's got a lot of experience in that J3.
Oh yeah, and it shows. He's doing a wonderful job. Again, he's using all the runway he can without gaining altitude. He's just going to clear those trees. But you listen to that thing. How quiet is it? I mean, it's amazing. And those end numbers. We go back to the end numbers. The reason they were painted on the wing is because you'd go up to an airport. Not everybody would have any kind of radio. Most of it was just military people. But what you would do is you'd kind of wag your wings, and they would see you in the tower, and they would shine a light at you, and they'd give you light signals to tell you could land, or you had to go around, or go away. They'd just give you the red light and tell you, go, you can't even land here. But those end numbers was the way they could identify the airplane because, again, you did not have radios in most airplanes back in the 40s.
Jordan cleared those pylons down there at Driftwood with ease, so he's down on the strip now. We're waiting for him to get stopped and turn around.
So like we were saying, folks, there's only 75 seconds between the fastest and slowest competitor. And I'll be interested to see what Jordan's time comes back once he comes back and makes his landing.
I'd like to take a minute to talk about his performance mods that he has on this 1946 Piper J3 Cub. And Jordan says that his performance mods are that his door and windows can close.
But most of those J3 guys, they love flying with those doors open, don't they, Don?
I'm telling you, having the doors open is I told some guys this morning, flying a J3 in the afternoons, or early in the morning when it's calm, is probably the most calming, most liberating things that you can do because there's not a lot of instruments. You're flying by the seat of your pants, and it's just a lot of fun. And I got some more stories I could tell you about the J3 when it was chosen to be a liaison aircraft. They called them an L-bird.
Cleared the pylons, no issues there. Nice, smooth landing.
That was a textbook three-point landing, wasn't it?
That was beautiful. I'm telling you, man.
I don't know if that's going to win, but it sure was nice to watch.
And that
was beautiful.
I hear people clapping over there. I think that's a good landing, a good approach. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. I guarantee you can hear you in that J3. So come on, give them a round of applause. Come on.
Cyrus Justice has taken the line in his number 4. Mischief.
So the practice rounds, the scores, they say the scores don't count, but the scores always count.
Amen.
And Cyrus is in second place right now overall, winning his class easily, but also he is in second place overall, to include the Unlimiteds.
Well, there's no surprise there. Cyrus. I say Cyrus because they have the whole Justice family, and they are steeped deep in aviation. All of his siblings, I think there's 5 of them, they all have their own airplanes, and they fly to all of these events. So it's no surprise to me that he's doing so well here this year.
He really grew up with it, and he's got a lot of hours in that particular aircraft. What's really going to be nice to watch, folks, the takeoffs here are going to be great. His slips going into Traveler yesterday were just absolutely gorgeous. But make sure you wake up when he comes back for that landing because that's going to be something to see.
That Justice family is something special. In fact, I'm looking at Cyrus's bio, and one of the first things that he says is his bio, which is supposed to be about himself, is that I have one brother, Jared, who competed last year in his Kit Fox. He talks about his sisters as well. And that's one of the great things about the culture here at ArkanSTOL. It's very close community oriented.
That's right. And you talk about there are justices all over this field today, folks. I guarantee it. They're all out here to support Cyrus and watch him fly. Let's watch him slip into Traveler.
Wow, that is beautiful. That is absolutely gorgeous right there. Hey, before he turns around, I want to go back to some of our sponsors. We talking about how important they are. The gold sponsors, Afterglow Aircraft Solutions, they have that beautiful polished Airstream camper over there. You can go over and talk to them, buy some of their products. AOPA, they sponsor our seminars. They got the big white tent right behind our Patriot tent over there. And there's all kind of different, and they've got seminars, but they've got them listed on the board right in front there. Clemens Insurance, Concord Batteries, Conway Aircraft, and we'll take a break for a second as he comes flying by. Very nice, very nice. Edmunds Aviation, Just Aircraft, Savage Aircraft, Wilco Flying Services LLC, Fast Signs, Sport Air USA, Fly with Levi. You'll get to see Levi coming up here just in a little bit in his Storch. Surefly Electronic Ignitions, and VSL. The VSL will be putting on one of the seminars over there at the AOPA tent, so make sure you get over there and see them. They're going to be talking about how you can use your ForeFlight and iPad, I believe.
Yes, they are. We have an impressive form schedule here at ArkanSTOL this year, so we encourage you to go over to the AOPA tent and check out the schedule, pick out the form that interests you, and make sure you're there. All right, here comes Cyrus. Clears the pylon, slips it in a little bit. Oh. Fortunately, he was coming in at a low rate of speed, and we're pretty sure he's going to be just fine.
Well, this is kind of one of those emergency procedures that we have set up, and Nidra's going to kind of read what we're going to do here, but of course this is more like a green level. This is no major emergency right now. All right, we got a thumbs up from the pilot there, and he's okay. No big deal there. We have no fires, but we're going to take our normal emergency procedures, so everybody just kind of remain calm, stay in your seat.
So Matthew, you and I have done a lot of these events and STOL events. We have these pilots that are coming in. You fly these events. You're a competitive STOL pilot yourself, and you come in slow and low. And unfortunately, sometimes we have an incident like this, but pilots, we've always seen the pilots walk away from these events.
That's right, and they've got we're checking Cyrus out right here. They're going to check him out, make sure he's okay. Now, the plane we can repair, so we're not too worried about that. But we're just going to make sure that the most important thing being that the pilot is all right. So we're going to take a quick pause here and let the emergency crews do their job. All right, folks, let's give it up for Cyrus as he walks to the golf cart. So whenever we're pushing these aircraft to the limit like this, folks, sometimes you have equipment failures like this, and it'll, you know, it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate when this sort of thing happens, but it does happen. We've seen now, Anitra, you and I have been announcing events together for what, almost 4 years now.
Something like that, yes.
And we've been to Sun and Fun, Oshkosh,
all of those.
all of the big ones. I haven't been to Valdez yet. And we were talking last night about, you know, we've seen, you know, some nose overs. We saw a nose over yesterday, and every now and again you have some gear failure, you know, because we are putting a lot of stress on these gears.
Witnessed a ground loop or two.
A ground loop or two, and an almost ground loop that happened here last year, you know, but almost in, you know, horseshoes and hand grenades. So everything was fine. So these things are going to happen. And,
it's just like last year at the stall competition demonstration at Sun and Fun. You know, Steve Henry's one of the biggest competitors we have out here. He had a very similar deal. He had a landing gear axle break and tire come off, and he kind of got a little bit of the wingtip and his propeller. No big deal, back up and running, and it's just all part of the competition for sure. You're pushing the equipment.
Did you know I wrote a song about that incident?
No.
There's a copyrighted song. I gave usufruct to the Henry family to have usufruct of that song, and it actually kind of chronicles Steve and Josh. Went down to the Sunshine State, thought they're going to drink some beers and stay up late, you know, and the axle gave way and the plane gave in, and the left wheel said, "I see you later, friend." And his left wheel went flying. But there's another story. We talk about good journalism and what is a good story.
Yes.
Anitra, let's talk a little bit about Steve and everything he did to get that airplane back up, because that's a awesome aviation story all in itself.
I say that it is probably the second best place that situation could have happened for Steve Henry, because, and the best place would have been at his home airport, but Sun and Fun happens to be my home airport. And I have really close relationships with all of the staff and administration, and more important, maintenance.
There we go.
So as soon as that happened, first thing we did is we started scouring all the booths to get Steve a new prop. And then we found that Sun and Fun has a machine shop on site, and we got Josh in that machine shop machining all the things he needed to do.
So we could have Nathan Bradshaw, report to the air boss. Nathan Bradshaw, please report to the air boss as soon as you can. And so you got to the machine shop and you got a new hub and everything got so Steve was back ready to go. How fast?
24 hours.
24-hour turnaround. Airplane was okay. And of course.
And approved to fly.
And approved to fly at Sun and Fun. And of course, one of the nice things about having a geared motor is it's the same thing as having a wood prop. It protects your crankshaft.
That's right. He's got that Skytrax gear reduction.
And the gear reduction separated that shock from the prop strike.
Right, because it's got a clutch, so that absorbed all of the impact from it going over, but it was so slow.
That is one of the nice things about these contests, folks. If anything's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong very slowly. There's not going to be any high-speed anything here because we're not trying to fly. We're not trying to go fast. We want to see how fast you can go slow here at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. And I see Cyrus walking out here back to his plane, looking good. Outstanding. So, folks, you know, I've got somebody here that we're going to talk to for a minute. I've got Mr. Russ Keith of Airplanes and Coffee. Just step right there. There we go.
This is our good friend Russ Keith from Airplanes and Coffee, and I just want to say that sure is a nice hat you've got on.
Got my Stole Nation hat on.
Russ, I just want to say thank you so much for your support of what we're trying to do here at STOL Nation to bring visibility to the STOL world and to the pilots. And we want to thank you for your Airplanes and Coffee. A lot of people don't know that you are a 501c3.
That's correct.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing with that?
Well, the Airplanes and Coffee started out really as a Facebook group started by John Noggle, who's a real good friend of mine. And I met him within a couple of days of him starting that Facebook group, and he was just working on his private pilot's license at the time, but he really wanted to just kind of have fun with it. Well, this was all in the middle of COVID, and so we started having fly-ins around Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, and we looked up one day and airplanes just kept coming in, and they kept coming in, and they just kept coming in, and all of a sudden the Facebook group just exploded and grew and grew and grew and grew. So we decided, there's something here. We can really do some cool stuff with this. And so we started the 501c3. We've given away 9 scholarships now. We've had 36 fly-in events around Dallas-Fort Worth. We've set up 12 annual fly-ins now. So we're going to be at the same airport at the same month every year so we can reach out to the community, get much more community involvement. We're going to go visit those high schools, get the high school students out, get them up in the air with free discovery flights. And we fly discovery flights for kids of all ages. I've had 90-year-olds in my airplane at these events. And so what we're going to do is take the model that we've created and we're going to spread that across the country. So we're looking to have 25 to 30 fly-ins on the first Saturday of every month all across the country. That's our goal. That's where we're trying to reach to. And we're going to go beyond that too. You know how CAF does the warbirds. They get those warbirds flying. They keep them flying. We want to do the same thing with the GA fleet. I'm going to sit down here for a while.
Yeah,
we're going to do the same thing with the GA fleet. We'd like to go out and find these airports that have airplanes that are sitting around just kind of rotting away. And get those in, get some volunteer AMPs to work with a bunch of kids to put those airplanes back together. And once we get those airplanes airworthy again, we can use those airplanes to get those kids their certificates. And so we can produce not only AMP mechanics that way, but we can also produce pilots that way. And that's our goal, is just to get the next generation of pilots in the cockpit and the next generation of AMP mechanics in the hangar.
And what is your tagline?
Securing the future of aviation.
It's a huge vision, and I am fortunate to be one of the moderators for the airplanes.
And we appreciate that too. We've got an army of moderators, because you can imagine when you got 164,000 members on a Facebook group, it takes a few people to help keep that going.
I probably easily get 100 to 150 notifications a day of new member requests for that group.
Yes.
It's a lot, and that's so exciting, because I just think securing the future of aviation, you're doing that. The growth of your group is reflecting that, so I have no doubt that you're going to reach every one of your goals. Now, if people that are here at the event want to support Airplanes and Coffee, how would they do that?
Well, we just started our paid, now forget the words. It's the paid membership program. Okay. And so what the paid membership program does is, we've got 146,000 on the Facebook page, correct? So if we could get 22,000 of those to go get a paid membership, that would fund everything we want to accomplish in 2024.
Wow.
And so
it's
that's
a reasonable
our goal.
Price.
It's $25 a year.
Where's my membership card?
So the membership cards, do I have yours with me?
You had it. You said you had it.
I think I've got yours with me.
Yeah.
I think yours is in my trailer. So I sent out the first batch of 46 cards, which yours was in that batch, which I think yours is in my trailer. The day before I left to go to Colorado on vacation, which was last week, and when I came here. So we were at 46 members, and I know we're well over 100 today.
That's wonderful. And what is the cost of the membership?
$25 a year.
$25. Most of these people probably spend that in 3 trips to Starbucks.
Exactly.
So skip Starbucks for a day or two. get your membership at Airplanes and Coffee. Now, you're talking about hosting these all over the states. Now, if someone were interested in working with you in hosting one of those, how would they get in touch with you, and what do you think that looks like?
Well, you can just go to join the Facebook page. I'm easy to find there. You just send me a PM. Or you can go to airplanesandcoffee.com and look me up that way. I'm not hard to find on internet or social media.
No, you've got a YouTube channel that I've
I do have
noticed.
a YouTube channel. It's Airplanes and Coffee as well.
He goes live on the Airplanes and Coffee group. You go to all these events. You're such an integral part of the STOL community. For those of you who don't know Russ, you will find him at Oshkosh on the line volunteering. He's down at Sun and Fun for the STOL demos. You can find him out there when he's not serving coffee in the mornings in the campground. He huffs it up to the ultralight fields and helps set up and judges, and so we really appreciate everything you've done in the STOL world as well as general aviation.
Yeah, I got my introduction to the STOL world when John Noggle, who's the true founder of Airplanes and Coffee, reached out on Airplanes and Coffee and says, I want to go fly in a bush plane. And Glenn Mathis out of East Texas reached out to him, says, I'll take you. So he flew over. Well, this guy named Doug Jackson decided the day before that he would join him. So John says, hey, there's another airplane coming with an extra seat. Would you like to go? And so we went and played on the Red River for a day. And I was in the back seat of Doug Jackson's Badlands Traveler, his Cessna Cub. And we just had a great time. And I came home and told my wife, says, man, I'm going to have to buy another airplane. So I've been hooked on STOL ever since. It's just been, that was so much fun. And I've yet to buy another airplane, and I haven't participated in a STOL event. I do have 2 Cessna 172s, an A model and a C model.
You've participated in STOL events.
I have.
You just haven't competed.
I haven't flown.
Yet.
I haven't competed,
right.
Which I'm dying to do. I would absolutely love to do that at one of these points. And if I didn't have partners in my airplane, then I would have already done it. But who knows? When I get my little toot finished, maybe I'll stick it in there. Although we'd have to lengthen the runway.
So you and your wife, Kim, you are at your booth today, the rest of the day today, and you've got free coffee, all the free coffee you want, but for a donation of $20, they can also get one of these cool Airplanes and Coffees t-shirts or hat.
And we do have Airplanes and Coffee stickers there, as long as STOL Nation stickers.
Awesome.
Cyrus is going to jump in that red golf cart and go drive down the line and wave to everybody, let everybody know he's okay. Hey guys, if you look, you'll see a red golf cart with a flag on it coming across the driveway, the runway. Cyrus Justice, awesome guy that he is. He's just going to come down and drive down the line and wave to everybody, let everybody know he's all right. He's just going to go drive the line and just wave to folks. Make sure you give him a wave and a good round of applause for this brave young man out here competing today. Now, we will have a little bit of delay as they clear the runway. One thing we want to make perfectly clear, that the reason it's going to be a delay, we want to make sure that we don't damage the aircraft anymore as we're getting it off. This aircraft's going to be returned to service. They're going to fix that landing gear, and then the aircraft will be ready to go again. Give him a round of applause, folks. That's Cyrus Justice right there. He just wanted to let everybody know that he's all right. He's driving himself. Well, of course he's driving himself. Why wouldn't he drive himself? So he just wants to let everybody know he's okay. And we're going to take our time about getting Cyrus's plane off the field to make sure that we can get it back into service as quickly as possible. That's my third gear failure I've seen.
Can you do that on your mic?
All right, folks. One of the things that's nice about having sponsors is one of our main sponsors right here is Dobson. These guys, they do aircraft salvage. That's their bag, man. Family-owned, operated business right here in Arkansas. It's wonderful to have them, and they're coming out with their little crane truck, and they're going to lift that side up on the right, and we're going to bring it right over here to where the airplane parking is on this side of the runway. And so you'll see them coming in just a minute. So, it's awesome, again, just to have the teamwork we have here. And safety is always in paramount. And right here at ArkanSTOL, everything we do is about safety, improving things, make sure that there's nobody going to get hurt, spectators are safe. And what you're going to see here is, again, this team of people in action working together. And you'll look out there, and there's different manufacturers out there, just like us. Even though we're a premier sponsor, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what airplane it is. Doesn't matter who it is, we're going to help them. And the team that you're going to see out here is just amazing. So give them a little round of applause, but especially ArkanSTOL, because just like this right here, this is what we call a low-energy accident. So nobody's going to get hurt. The only thing gets hurt is our pocketbooks and our feelings.
That's right.
Makes it easy to walk away from. Just like Silas, he's fine and dandy, no big deal at all. But like I say, we're going to see that truck coming in from Dawson in just a second, and they'll lift that airplane up, and we'll get it off the runway, and then we'll get back to action.
Let's send Russ off. Right.
All right. Thank you for Dawson Aircraft for helping Cyrus out, helping us out. We appreciate you. And Russ Keith of Airplanes and Coffee, we appreciate you taking the time to come over here and tell us a little bit about what you're doing. And folks over there, go over to that Airplanes and Coffee booth. It is right behind the pavilion where we've got our live scoring.
And we do have one more pot of coffee that it should be ready now. I was expecting it to be ready about 10:30, so it should be nice, piping hot. But we've run out of grounds. I tell you what, it just absolutely disappeared this morning, and I had to go find some more water to make some more. But, yeah, it's been a great week. Really enjoyed being here. Love this event. Definitely want to come back. First time being here. But look forward to seeing all you guys out at Airplanes and Coffee event or any of the STOL events that I happen to be able to get to attend.
Awesome.
So,
It's always
we really
a pleasure.
appreciate it.
You bet. All right. All right, we know we can hear that little bit of a buzz going over there. We're not doing any mind control stuff, I promise. We've got Danny. He's getting ready to figure out what that is, and we'll be coming back to you here shortly.
Teamwork makes the dream work, ladies and gentlemen. Teamwork makes the dream work.
You know, we were talking about them bringing that crane in from Dawson, but it looks like we have the old steam-powered crane. All the steam that they can muster. Excellent
Absolutely.
job, team. Excellent job.
No problem whatsoever.
So that's what I love about this community. If you look real close at some of the people taking Cyrus's airplane off this field, these are some of our competitors that have come out to help.
Absolutely. And, you know, we help each other in this community, folks. You know, this fine fella out here in this J3 Cubs wearing my helmet, and, you know, we loan each other equipment. We help each other out.
Hey, Matt, on UC, you loaned him in your helmet. Did you have some extra padding to put in there to make up the room?
You know, with a big old head like this, I just figured we're just going to let the helmet just wobble around.
Wobble around. Put the strap a little tighter.
Yeah.
Got it.
You know, but I'm sure he'll be all right.
Oh, yeah. Well, I make fun of you, brother, but I'm going to tell you, folks, if you come over here, Matt is probably the most handsome guy there is. You know, somebody, you know, tell everybody about you a little bit, Matt. I mean, you're a military man, retired, you know.
Almost retired. I'm not like Jeff.
Oh.
Yeah, Jeff's, we got Jeff out here flying, and Jeff is with a, you'll never guess what kind of engine.
Rotex.
912.
912?
And he's an actual retired full bird colonel, but I will in 10 months be a retired full bird colonel.
That is awesome right there, man. How many years?
Wait. 38 years of service in the U.S. Army and Army Reserve. And right now I am the State Emergency Preparedness Liaison Officer for the state of Louisiana, which means when the hurricanes come in, the governor turns to me and he says, Matt, we need a bunch of trucks. And we reach out into the active duty and grab up a bunch of trucks and come down and help people. And this is something I'm familiar with, actually, is a FOD walk. Anybody who's ever been in the military or in military aviation, foreign object damage.
Oh, okay.
It means it is any piece of junk or rocks or plane parts.
Plane parts?
That may be on here. You know, every now and again we got to clear the field of all the plane parts. And these guys walk and make sure that the field is clear and ready for competition.
You know, I tell you, a kid about the FOD, but I was on the USS Enterprise, probably one of the most famous ships in the service. They just got through tearing her apart and going to be commissioning a new ship. But FOD was a big deal for us on the flight deck. We would go up there and we would walk down the flight deck, and you know, there'd be hundreds of us.
Yeah, all the way across the deck.
All the way across the deck, looking for anything that could be sucked up into one of those gas turbine engines, you know, and jet engines, and so it was a big deal. And just like here, same thing. We don't want anything to come up and puncture a tire, you know, put a nick in a propeller, just whatever. And so
that's right.
So we have the team out there going through the whole place right now. So won't be long. We'll be getting started again, won't we?
That's right. You know what always bothered me on a FOD walk? You'd find a bolt.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And you find a bolt.
Where'd that bolt come from?
Where'd that bolt come from?
Yes.
Because it came from somewhere. It didn't just, you know, magically appear on the flight deck.
Right. The other one was when you find just the head of the bolt. You find that's not a good one either.
That's not good.
You know, or you'd find a head of a rivet or something like that. So it was always one of those troublesome things in your mind. You know, it's like,
that's right.
Man, where did that come from?
Where did that? So I worked on Hueys in the Army. What did you do in the Navy, Don?
You know, it's funny you asked that question. I was an engineman, but we did stuff in the auxiliary division. We worked on everything on the ship that nobody else wanted to do, basically.
Okay.
I worked on even the ship's steam whistle. I worked on the catapults, the aircraft elevators, the arresting gear, worked on all that kind of stuff. So it was an interesting job that I had. I had an opportunity to go over the whole entire ship. I went from the very bottom all the way in the bilges, we called them, all the way to the top of the mast. It was an interesting job, and I loved my career.
You know, I've been in all these years now, and I've got all this rank, but I'll never have as much fun as when I was 19 years old, hanging out of the door of a helicopter with a belt-fed machine gun and bullets that the taxpayers paid for,
nice.
Just having a blast.
Speaking of helicopters, they have an evac helicopter over here that's about to take off. They've had a call, so that's getting ready to fire up, and it's going to shoot on out of here.
Nice. Not nice they got a call, but it's nice they're available for sure. But yeah, you know, one of the things that I got to do that was probably the funnest thing, and you're right, I was about 19 at the time, and I actually got to refuel helicopters in flight. That was one of my jobs. We had a team of 3 people, and we would man a hose, and we had such a small area on one of the ships I was on, a little destroyer. They would drop a line down, they would pick up the hose, and they would hover over to the side of the ship, and we would manually take and rotate our crew through there, and we would let hose out, let hose in, so it wouldn't hit the water as we were going through the water.
And the helicopter was following you alongside. And
that's right.
That is outstanding. About 6 months ago, we got to see some aerial crane operations with Blackhawks in Louisiana, and they would let the little seat down and they would recover people, and it would simulate recovering people off of rooftops after a hurricane or a flood. And of course, the Louisiana Army National Guard, the 244th Aviation down there, doing such a great job. I want you to know, Don, they offered to pick me up on a cable into a Blackhawk. I declined.
I believe I would have too, yeah.
I declined. My days of being dangled off of a cable underneath a helicopter are long past.
No, we can't do that. We're what did Danny Glover say in Lethal Weapon? It says we're just too old for this blankety blank.
Blankety blank. Yep,
yeah, we can't say that word.
We're too old for that.
Too old for that stuff. That's for sure.
We're just too old for that.
I tell you, folks, I hope you're having fun out here today. I see a nice crowd out there. We appreciate, again, you guys waiting for this delay. We're getting ready to fire this airplane up. I'll tell you a little story real quick, military story about this airplane. Back in the 40s, before the war started, they were looking for airplanes that would go out and they could spot troop movements. They could check and see where the enemy was at. Well, the J-3 won the biggest contract, and they designated it to L-4. And that little airplane you're seeing right there, he's cranking right now, they would have 2 people in it usually, have a little radio in the back that they could radio to the ground and tell the troops where the enemy was at. But they nicknamed that airplane the Grasshopper. Well, the Grasshopper, and this is a good place to understand why it was called the Grasshopper, because you see them, they're skimming across the ground, and they would hit a tree line, a hedgerow, and they'd pop up over the hedgerow and right back down, because if you listen to this engine as it flies by, it's very quiet. But they wanted to make sure that the enemy could not see them until they were right on top of them, and they would fly right, a lot of times they would fly right over top of the enemy, get shot at, and so these guys really, really had a tough job. But it was so important that we have this ability, because, you know, back in the 40s, we didn't have satellites. You know, we didn't have the little drones that you see now. That guy right there was the drone, okay? And so what they would do is they would come in, they would report where the troop movement is, but there was an airplane, pretty special airplane called Janie. Janie was an airplane that got damaged in the war. It got repaired, and the only airplane to ever win the Purple Heart was Janie, and it was based on that airplane you're seeing right in front of you right now. So it's pretty cool. Patton realized that it was so important, so when it got repaired, that he awarded it the Purple Heart. The other thing that's cool about the L-4 airplane is, if you don't know it, and we actually have the other airplane here today, the German version, a 7/8 scale airplane, but the L-4 was the airplane that recorded the last shot in World War II. Did you know that?
Yeah, and folks, let's give a round of applause for that fine young man who did that hand propping right there. He just about wore himself out.
Did he not? I'm going to tell you. So we're getting ready to get cranked up again. So what was going on is the Fiesler Stork, which is the German version of our L-4 here, and they were flying around, and they pulled their pistols out, believe it or not, and they started shooting at each other.
Oh, buddy.
I got another story after this about an L-4.
Oh, yeah, Jordan's still got to make his second run. So Jordan's coming up to the line. It's Jordan Norwalk, ladies and gentlemen. He is getting ready to make his second run. On his bio, all he wrote was, "I like flying."
Like I say, that engine, is it not just quiet? I mean, you can actually hear yourself think.
And, you know, if you, let's get down to brass tacks here. You talk about an economical aircraft to operate. Fun, economical. Well, what's your cruise speed, though, Don? Seriously.
Well, 70 miles an hour is the cruise speed. That's it.
Right. There you go, Jordan Norwalk. Nice, easy takeoff for Jordan. He's going to
staying in that ground effect so he could get that speed up.
That's right, and he'll be going here in just a minute. He'll come out of that throttle and slip into Traveler.
All right, so it's good to have our action, have everything back up and running. Folks, we appreciate y'all being here today. It's going to be kind of hot, so make sure you stay hydrated today out there, okay?
All right, so I've got my eyes on the camera here. It looks like Jordan is down over at Traveler. Traveler is to the west. That's the Traveler Strip. For those of you that have come in now, we are sitting at the River Strip. And then to the west, we have Driftwood. Now down at the Traveler to the east of us, as Jordan's coming around that tree line, there is 2 white lines down there that are 200 feet apart. And every competitor, once they take off here from the start line, they have to land their mains inside of that 200-foot box. Come to a complete stop, turn around, head back over to the Driftwood, and they have a 25-foot set of pylons over there that they have to clear going into the strip, turn around, and then clear them coming out, which is really interesting. It requires an element of strategy that most might not think of, because we're at STOL and we always think about shorter is better, right? And they get over there and they land short, but what happens if they land too short over there, Don?
If they land too short, they DQ. That's not what we want to do. We got to make sure they don't disqualify themselves.
Well, how they disqualify themselves is they don't leave themselves enough room to clear the pylons getting out of that Driftwood strip.
They've got to get out of it. And the thing about it, these airplanes here, the under 100 horsepower airplanes, they don't have a lot of power to be able to go flying up over top of those pylons. They really have to, what we call fly on the wing. They have to do that pilot stuff.
Well, you say the low horsepower, but let's not forget no flaps.
That's true, no flaps. So they have no advantage at all to get up and over top. They really have to work the airplane and use those pilot skills to get it up and over those pylons.
We should be seeing Jordan coming around the turn from Driftwood any minute.
You know, I just noticed something, Nidra. None of us have hardly sat down at all. You know, I just looked at it, and I think we're just as excited as everybody else, are we not?
I'm very excited.
And I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to let Jacob finish his run. We got a special guest here in the booth, Mr. Dale Mitchell. And what we're going to do is we're going to put Dale on the mic while Greg is making his run, and we're going to let Dale talk us through from a pilot's eye view what Greg is doing and what's going on in his aircraft. Now, Dale, what do you think about this approach here?
This approach looks really nice and stable. He's going to come over those pylons and just let it continue down to the landing spot. Looks like you got a nice landing going there. Oh, nice three-pointer. Bounce not that big. He's got it arrested. Now it's on the ground and rolling. Just got to slow it down. That tail comes up a little bit with the heavy braking.
Outstanding for Jacob. So while they're getting the measurement on Jacob, we got Greg Jacoby coming to the line here. But Dale, you know Greg, don't you?
I do know Greg. He's a fantastic pilot. He's being marshaled up there by my baby brother, Garrett Mitchell. He's putting him on the line there, saying, okay, Greg, you get ready to go. And Gary's going to check with everybody and make sure everybody, all the support people, all the timing people are ready to go. Gary's going over to pick up that green flag. Greg's checking his cockpit, making sure he's got everything adjusted and just ready to go.
Check.
Got to get his mental
Okay, check.
mental brain going for this thing. So he's going to focus down the runway a little bit there. As soon as he gets a signal, Gary's going to get a signal from all the timers and all the people taking pictures and monitoring the flight. As soon as they give him the go-ahead, he's going to turn around and tell Greg that everybody else is ready to go. He'll be waiting for Greg to give him an eye contact and a nod that Greg's ready to go, and then he'll be dropping that green flag. Greg and Jacoby's from over there at Oklahoma.
So we'd like to point out, too, that Greg is also the first competitor that's kicking off the touring class.
Yeah. Okay, he's in the touring class. That's where we got 4 passengers. It's a little bit heavier class. He's getting his engine power going. He's got the green flag. And now the course is Greg's to fly the competition. He's going to go down to the end of, right past that tree line. You guys can't see the runway down there, Traveler, the little runway. Neither can Greg from this point. He's got to trust that runway is going to be there. You see him doing a little bit of slip setting up. There's 2 lines drawn on that runway. It's only a little over 600 feet long in the first place. He got to put his wheels down between those 2 lines that are 200 feet apart. Then he's got to come to a stop. As he rolls out to a stop, he's got to go down the runway just long enough so that he can turn around and actually have enough room to take off and come back. So, okay, perfect. I just heard his engine rev up. That's probably where he's got himself turned around, and if he's coming back, he is coming back. He's got to clear some trees down there, clear some trees on his left, and he'll be in with our constant speed climb to get up over the trees in the mountain here at the end of the runway. So, oh, it's great to hear those airplanes fly by on their pass going over to Driftwood. Now he's going to clear those trees. He's probably picked up Driftwood up in his line of sight over there. He'll be going through the notch in the trees. There's another set of pylons over there. He's got to clear those pylons, those 25-foot pylons, and then it's only 240 feet to where the measured runway is, which is only about 600 feet over there. Once there he goes, he's getting touched down over there at Driftwood. I think it's 600 feet to the set of power lines over there. They're pretty high, so we can go under on the ground and roll under them, but I don't think he'll even go that far. He's going to bring that thing to a stop. Once he gets right.
Yep, he's got the turnaround. Okay. See him on the turnaround.
So once he turns around and eyeballs everything, he's going to give it power and come back this direction. He's got to clear the 25-foot pylons coming out of that runway also. Oh, looks like he just did in good fashion. He's looking over here for one of the special trees. We don't have marks on them, but you learn which tree to look for to head back over here to the river run. So he's going to be setting up his glide path and his power setting and his airspeed and whatever else he needs to set up in there to get that airplane to do a maximum performance landing. He's going to look at these pylons. It's a challenge for us pilots because there's no real line across those pylons. You've got to look at those pylons and have an imaginary line to fly over. Looks like he's going to skim it really good. Looks like he's going to drop it down just a little bit, flare it out, add a little power, and get her down to a stop.
Dale, you sure do know a whole lot about this course, and I don't think we gave Dale a proper introduction when we just threw the mic in his hand and told him to talk here about Greg. Tell us a little bit about why you know so much about this course.
Well, I don't know that I know so much, but I have been flying this course for well over 10 years and kind of helped get this thing going. I just love ArkanSTOL. I really love the people that come to ArkanSTOL, the pilots and the spectators alike. The heart of these pilots is fantastic.
Speaking of heart of pilots, I can think of someone that has no more heart than our competitor coming up here, John Douglas from Pinedale, Wyoming.
Let me have this with this.
He's a good friend of ours.
This is a good friend of ours right here, Dale. This is our guy, Mr. John Douglas. Flew all the way from Wyoming in this 182 to compete. He qualified on Thursday, and when he qualified, he just barely got that big 182 stop. We love watching these big airplanes compete, don't we, Anitra?
Let me tell you what, I was talking to John last night out at the dinner, and he was just beside himself that he qualified for this event. He was out, but we know John, he loves to talk and spread the STOL gospel, the aviation gospel, and he was speechless.
That's right. There he goes, John Douglas.
Now, John thinks that's an ugly paint job. I love it. He calls it the green machine.
The green machine. Well, I'm gonna do a shameless plug here for Rocky Mountain STOL. John Douglas and all the good folks of Pinedale, Wyoming, formed the Rocky Mountain STOL event there in Pinedale. And folks, if you want to get out of the heat in August, which I'm from Louisiana, any excuse I can get to go to Wyoming in August, I'm going to take it. They have beautiful weather, beautiful mountains. John looking good on his landing there at Driftwood, getting turned around. It is a great event to go to. You can go to Pinedale, Wyoming. The lows are in the 50s. The highs are barely in the 80s. It's just absolutely a great event to go see.
We can hear him turning around down there at Traveler, coming back. Now, John is a really capable pilot, although this is his first time here at ArkanSTOL. He's a missionary, and he's done cross-continental flights.
He has actually flown an airplane all the way across the Atlantic. You'll notice he's got a little bit of flap in. I think he picked that technique up from Brandon Korn yesterday. He's keeping that flap in because he doesn't want to build up too much speed. That's a big airplane. You put all that energy into the airplane, you got to get it back out. So with a big, heavy airplane like that, you don't want to get going too fast. And remember, folks, there's only 75 seconds between the slowest and the quickest pilot on this course.
You talk about it being a heavy aircraft, Matt. This is a 182G, and it looks like his gross weight is 2,800 pounds.
That's right. That is a heavy aircraft, and I love seeing these big aircraft coming in and showing their capability, their backcountry capability, because a lot of folks may have aircraft and they don't think that they can fly backcountry with them. Well, folks, I'm telling you, they've got some strips up here in the Fly Oz system that you can definitely get in and out of with a 172, at least a 1957 172. So we can hear him coming back around. Let's see how he does on this landing. Oh, that's not him. That's a plane we've got flying overhead. I'm sure Air Ops.
All right, so John has cleared the pylons at Driftwood, and he's making his way back to the river strip. That's where we're at right now.
Now you'll notice, folks, from this point on, it's all about energy control. He's going to come around that corner and try and get that energy out of that big old airplane, increase his angle of attack so that he has the shortest landing possible. Because remember, each foot is worth 1 second.
All right, here he comes. Cleared those pylons.
Easy landing. He's got the brakes locked up. Get that big boy stopped. Who's a big boy? I'm a big boy.
John's a
Who's
big boy.
I'm a great big boy. There he goes. Got to get that thing. And by the way, folks, John Douglas is no small man himself. He's built like a linebacker.
All right, they're getting his scores.
So here.
And we've got Greg coming back.
Here comes Greg again.
For his second round, and Dale wants to talk through that one again.
All right, you see Greg coming up there. He's got his first run out of the way. Got kind of an eyeball on what's going on airwise this morning. He's got his signals all there. His wife, I'll embarrass her because she's the one that's responsible for giving me the name That Old Guy. There's a story behind that. So I'm that old guy. Here's Greg getting ready for his second run. We're taking the time out of the distance on John. John is doing a great job. I met John for the first time yesterday and welcomed him to ArkanSTOL. He does a really good job with that 182. And I'll take a minute. Welcome everybody to Birds Adventure Center, a beautiful place down here in the ArkanSTOL backcountry flying. So, all right, looks like we're getting close. We got everybody ready to go. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, here goes Greg. He's going to disappear behind those trees and land on that strip I was talking about. He's got a 200-foot space that he's got to get his gear down in to not suffer any penalty. He's going into a slip. The end of the trees there on his left side is right where the runway starts. You can't see it till you get there. It's a real challenge to have faith that that runway is going to be there. So Greg's down there turning around, and he'll be coming back down this direction here in just a second. And when he comes, he has to pass by that tree before he can start a turn coming towards us all down here. There he comes.
That's one of my favorite moments of this entire competition is when they come around that tree. They're all in it. They are giving it all the power.
They're giving all the power to get off and get their takeoff complete and make that turn around those trees.
Now, Dale, while he is going into Driftwood, let's take a minute to talk about your little brother. So Gary gave a talk yesterday in the AOPA tent. Which was a really good talk. There's a lot of presentations that are going on in the AOPA tent. The best one, folks, if you stay till 4 o'clock today, the Artemis mission briefing will be at 4 p.m. today. We've actually got a gentleman from NASA who's going to brief us up on everything that's going on in the NASA mission to Mars. But yesterday, I went to your brother's talk that he gave about how to talk to the FAA.
Oh, I tell you what, all you pilots out there and spectators, if you need to know how to talk to the authorities, Gary is the one. He's letting us know what the rules and regulations really are and how they apply to us as pilots especially, and how to react. And it's something that all the pilots need to know how to respond to the FAA whenever there's an event that they have to talk to the FAA.
It was a really good talk.
Yeah.
It was a really good talk. We learned a lot, and he challenged me to ask him a challenging question, and I'd like to think that I delivered. The FAA was in the room, and even they didn't have the answer.
Yeah.
So,
to tell you how good Gary is, when he finished, the FAA said, "I hope when I investigate a case, you're not on the other end of it." So
that's a good compliment.
So they respect his expertise as well.
That is
so here we come with Greg. Praise. He's coming over the trees. He's lining up with that pylon, trying to pick a trajectory to get him down on the runway as quick as possible. He's kind of hanging it in the air, it looks like. Looks like he's got it over the pylons. Then come down and try to get a good landing. And now he's got to make it stick on the ground so he can apply those brakes and come to a stop. He's got those big balloon tires. The other day he was trying to stop. The grass was wet. He said it was like water skiing with that wet grass. It was just sliding all over the place, so it looks like a little drier today.
That looked pretty good to me, though. Yeah. We've got Mr. John Young coming up to the line. Dale, you and I are going to get a break because he's going to talk to us on the radio.
Oh, super. Well, John's a great guy. He's one of the founders of the ArkanSTOL, so that will be great.
Okay. So we're going to be hearing, John Young's going to get up and loiter above us here, folks, and then we're going to get some commentary from him here in just a minute.
And then behind John Young, we've got John Douglas in his 182 from Pinedale, Wyoming, the green machine. He's going to get ready to take his second run of the day. He himself is a professional in aviation. They own Emblem Aviation. And
there goes John Young. He's just going to get up and gain a little altitude, folks. He won't be running the course right now. You'll see him. He's just going to gain altitude and go up and loiter, which brings up Mr. John Douglas. Once again, another shameless plug. Another shameless plug for Pinedale, Wyoming. One of the nice things they do for the pilots who show up for the Rocky Mountain STOL, one of the things that they do for the pilots there is they take them to a steak place where they cook your steak on a pitchfork. I know that sounds really weird.
Pitchfork fondue.
Pitchfork fondue is what they call it. It's pretty darn good. They take that steak and they stick it on a pitchfork and they stick it down into this big hot pot. It's just really, really tasty, and just one of the many special things that you get. Folks, if you're not a pilot on the STOL circuit, it's enough to just go to the events. There's so much going on, and all the locals bring you to all the best places to eat.
So John got a taste of STOL last year, and I tell you what, he's absolutely hooked. He and his family, his daughter's name is Avi for aviation. So he says here he has a very big growing family, and the only thing growing faster than his love of STOL is his family.
And, you know, this is one of the few people here. Hold on, here we go. John Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. I will have y'all know that John Douglas flew a single-engine aircraft across the Atlantic as part of his aviation missionary mission that he does. It was a 1,500-mile leg, and he packed up and actually crossed the Atlantic in a single-engine aircraft. I don't remember what kind of aircraft it was. You should probably ask him. I do not have the guts to do that. Now, he is into Traveler, looking good. Come to a stop. He's turning around now.
That Cessna 182 is a 1964, and let me tell you what, that interior speaks volumes to the year of what that aircraft is. It is the original upholstery in that, and I implore you to go look at that.
It is just like it was in 1964.
All right, we've got John Douglas zinging over the river strip here, heading over to the Driftwood. He's got to clear those 25-foot pylons at the entrance of that Driftwood strip.
Yeah, folks, I've been doing this for several years. John, I just met yesterday. But you find out what he's done in the past. That's what's amazing about these pilots. They're just regular guys at the airport. You find out they're doctors, they're lawyers, they're missionary pilots. It's a special bunch of people in this pilot group, but they're just pilots when they get to the airport, and it's so great to meet them and then find out how really great they are in their other life. So the pilot license and the pilot flying really brings guys together, guys and gals, whatever those pronouns are. But anyway, we got people coming together that have that love of flying in common. So I'll give it back to the commentator.
So John did clear the pylons going into Driftwood. And for the spectators here on the river strip, I just want you to know that you can go and spectate down at Traveler and over at Driftwood. You look for the white vans down to the west behind the registration where you paid to get your wristbands. You can hop in the van. They'll take you down to one of the viewing areas at the other two strips.
They'll get you there as fast as they slowly can. And here comes John Douglas around the turn. Let's see how he does. You can hardly hear that motor. He's got the power pulled all the way back.
Clears the pylons.
Clears the pylons easily. Pretty landing. Just a gorgeous landing. And he's gonna get her stopped. And that's the last run for Mr. John Douglas, which brings up one of my favorite pilots on the circuit in his 172 tail dragger, Lieutenant Colonel, retired U.S. Air Force, Joel Dobson.
A tail dragger, 172, Matt.
Hear him, it's good. If you want to speak to John,
Okay.
you can push that button. You don't have to use this. He's got it.
And a 2001 Husky A1B.
All right, folks, we have John Young on the radio. He's up above us. Let's hear what he's got going on.
They don't start
This is awesome.
I'm looking at the temperature that's surrounding me, and I'm looking at
I just asked him a question.
time and time again. So I'm about 3,000 feet out of want to say altitude.
big airplanes out of the way.
Go really, really slow.
It's too hot.
And it stops flying.
It was marketed.
And there's a gentleman coming.
John, this is Matt down on the field. We can hear you 5x5. That was a great demonstration of a stall. When would a pilot use that kind of stall to train for backcountry flying?
Well, you know, these pilots are going over these short trips. They, and Burke has quite a few of them. If you guys have looked around, you need to know exactly where the airplane's going to stall. Because you want to come in a few knots fast, 5 or 6 feet away. So you can make that thing and put it exactly where you want to, and that lets you get slow before you get.
Yeah, you can do it with that. You got to match the remote.
Runway to make it safer.
That's outstanding. How do things look up there, John? We have a lot of airplanes down there.
It looks absolutely beautiful up here. The grass is green. It looks like a flipping golf course. Thanks to Josh Quinn out down there in our pit area. His crew came out and helped us out with that. And the crowd was strong.
Let's try that.
John, we understand you're going to run the course for us.
You know, it's been a little bit since I've run the course. So what I'm going to do is
That's outstanding. Well, right now we've got one of your favorites, Joel Dobson, is on deck, getting ready to run the course.
I'll get to go up here and I'll just wait for Eric, the airside to actually get me cleared.
Outstanding. Here we go.
All right, we've got Joel Dobson up in that number 7, that beautiful Cessna 172 tail dragger. That's right, that 172 was converted to a tail dragger. He calls that beautiful bird Moxie. He named it after his wife.
That's right, because she discovered she needed a lot of moxie to run the Goofy Challenge at Disney World. That's a 49-mile race, and I can tell you, I have run that race myself, and it does take a lot of moxie and shoe leather. I want to point out to everybody that Lieutenant Colonel Dobson retired. His first words in his bio was, "I was born to fly." And he has since retired from the Air Force. If you fly American Airlines, you might look up in the cockpit and you say, "Hey, I know that guy." And yep, it's Joel Dobson flying for you. He's been flying commercial now ever since he retired from the Air Force. But you'll notice that this man was a professional F-16 instructor. He taught fighter jets. And now that he can do what he wants to do, he does this. Joel Dobson. Easy takeoff for Joel. Now I want you to notice he's got the cuff on his airplane. It means the leading edge of his wing has been altered to give him a little bit more lift. He's got VGs. He's going to cut it to the right a little bit and slip it into Traveler. Some of the bigger aircraft cheat a little bit to the right. They like to get a good setup to make sure they hit that 200-foot mark and don't get DQ'd on their run. I have a quick announcement. Adriana T. Glasscock, we found your debit card. You can go to the volunteer trailer. Just make sure you have a form of ID, or anybody who looks reasonably like Adriana T. Glasscock could go to the volunteer trailer and maybe pick up a debit card and go buy some stuff at the swag trailer.
All right, look at Joel Dobson. He come flying around that corner out of Traveler, headed over to Driftwood.
That is a beautiful paint job on that aircraft. You just gotta love that. Joel is actually a decorated veteran, winner of the Bronze Star, served in South Carolina in the 79th Fighter Squadron, Tigers. This man has served his nation and retired with a 20-year letter and is now out in the commercial fleet.
That Cessna 172 tail dragger, that's a 1957. And he is running the Franklin engine on that with 140 horsepower, 180 horsepower.
So you understand that used to be my plane. I have a 57 nose dragger. I have a 57 Cessna 172 that hasn't been converted to a tail dragger yet. So he's flying my plane just with a better motor and a tail dragger and a leading edge cuff and VG. Okay, well maybe it's not even the same plane.
And the ArkanSTOL and the 82-inch Macaulay prop. He's
he's kind of killing it.
got a couple mods.
That is an outstanding setup. And that plane, folks, what you need to understand, he can fly 400 miles with that plane and set it down in the grass. So he can take that plane to any one of the backcountry strips that we have out here in northwest Arkansas.
As I know that he does, because he is a part of the STOL Bandit group. We've got a couple STOL Bandits competing here.
We got a bunch of STOL Bandits here. Frank Knapp is here. He's a STOL Bandit. We got all kinds of STOL Bandits running around here. Oh, Frank Mann. Get my Franks mixed up. And here comes Joel now. Ooh, he's high, looking good. Good setup. Easy peasy. You know it's a Cessna because the door comes open. Outstanding job by Colonel Dobson.
Sounds like he's got some fans over there. We hear some applause coming over from the spectator side of the line.
Well, I think his dad is in the crowd.
Yes, he is.
His dad, also a retired Air Force veteran who worked on Air Force One, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Which is just... Man, what kind of duty is that? That's got to be awesome.
All right. Who do we have up here? We've got Virgil Irwin.
Okay, this is possibly my favorite aircraft in the competition.
I do think it is your favorite. You've made several comments about this airplane.
I've been on about this airplane like ever since it showed up. Guys, that's a 6-seater. That is a 6-seat Bearhawk with a 315 horsepower motor. Constant speed prop, VGs. I mean, this thing is a beast.
You could fly a lot of young eagles around in that thing.
You could fly a whole bunch of young eagles, but we're going to talk about that plane's mission just as soon as Virgil gets done taking it off, because that is an interesting story.
Listen to that big beast take off. And we say big, I'm wondering if this is to one of the bigger aircraft. This is a 3,000-pound gross weight aircraft.
You betcha. It can carry a lot, but notice its empty weight is 1660. So you're talking about like a 1,400-pound payload on that thing. And the range has got to be ridiculous. I mean, it's got an 82-inch 3-bladed carbon fiber prop, constant speed, of course. And the Bearhawk, folks, is a kit built from plans. You can't just go buy one. Well, you could if you know the right people. I met them last night. But it takes about 2,000 hours of work to make one of these things. But when you get it, it can fulfill the mission that plane is going to be fulfilling, which is mission work in Africa. That plane is destined to go to Africa and do mission work. And here he comes, Virgil Irwin.
I think he had a good turnaround at Traveler. Now he's making his way over to Driftwood, and we'll see if he can clear those pylons.
So that plane actually was destined for Niger in Africa. And as it turns out, they're having a little bit of political trouble there, so they had to delay their departure. When it's ready to go, it'll get broken down, put into a container, shipped to Africa, and it will spend probably the rest of its life flying supplies and the good word all around Africa.
He cleared the pylons down at Driftwood with ease. Plenty of room there.
So that is the Model 5 Bearhawk. Just so you know, if you get a chance after the race, folks, they're going to open up the pitch. You'll be able to go take a look at it. It does have 6 seats in it. And another interesting fact, that is serial number 1 of the Model 5 of the Bearhawk. It's the very first one of its model.
You're joking me.
Nope, that's the very first one.
Wow.
And it's right here.
And what year is that aircraft? That's brand new.
That was brand new. They just built it. That's what I was saying. They built it for the purpose of going to do mission work in Africa. And it is Model 1,
That is
01.
And it's a pretty airplane, too.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. I want to get a picture and send it to my wife and say, hear me out. Outstanding stop by Virgil Irwin. Let's give it up, folks, for Virgil Irwin. They can hear you in there. They can hear you in the aircraft. There we go. They love that feedback, folks. They just love getting that feedback. And I tell you, that is one pretty aircraft. One more time, in case she hasn't picked it up yet. Miss Adriana T. Glasscock, please come pick up your debit card from the volunteer trailer. And then take that debit card to the swag tent and go get yourself some ArkanSTOL swag. Make sure you get a t-shirt, get a hat, get something so that you can remember your trip to ArkanSTOL 2023.
All right, folks, that was a great run for Virgil. Why don't you give him a hand as he taxis by in front of you? These guys are out here flying hard, putting on a good show for you. Show your appreciation for these fine pilots that dedicate their time and talents to come out and compete and put on a great show for you guys. That sounds like our good friend John Young.
All right. Welcome again. I've been hovering up here.
Folks, you'll see John put a little bit of slip in there to bleed off some speed and drop a little faster. Textbook. So, folks, as an announcer, you're not supposed to have favorites. You're supposed to have the same enthusiasm for every pilot. But as a fellow veteran, F-16 driver, and just an all-around great guy, I got to tell you, I always root for Joel Dobson when he comes up there. So he's bringing Moxie up to the line now, and he's going to get his second run in.
All right, so winds have.
So Joel's got the weather. He's getting his cockpit all situated. Gary is checking everything out. Here comes the green flag, the head nod. And away he goes.
ladies and gentlemen, we want to let you know, some of you might see an ambulance coming in the gate behind us. That has nothing to do with ArkanSTOL or any of the events happening here. There was an incident down the road where the helicopter had to go, work an accident, and they're doing a little transport switch here, and they're going to be out of here. So no need to be alarmed. All right, here comes Joel Dobson with that beautiful 172 Cessna tail dragger making his way over to the Driftwood strip. Matt, we have had a lot of people show up to this event since we started early this morning, and we talked about the course and the rules. Why don't you explain to the crowd what has to happen down there on that Driftwood strip?
So down at Driftwood, they have to clear the pylons coming into the strip. That means they have to maintain that high angle of attack coming in. Now, Anitra, you flew the course with Rusty Coon Field about 2 days ago so that you could actually get a feel for it, didn't you?
I did, and let me tell you what these pilots do on this course is really impressive. I understand why I call it the Backwoods Challenge. It's super exciting. There's a lot of action happening inside of the cockpit when you're slipping in the turn there into Traveler. You got to hit that 200-foot mark. There's lines on the ground there. They drew a box on the ground. You've got 200 feet. Every pilot, they have to land their mains in that box. Otherwise, they incur penalty points. You swing that thing around and you haul butt back down over to Driftwood. You clear the pylons. You turn around. You fly back. And you got to think about, when do I pull the power? You guys really have to think about and strategize when they want to pull the power, because this is STOL and people think shorter is better, but you can get yourself stuck over there on the Driftwood if you land too short. You land too short, you can't make it over the pylons without busting, and then you get a 10-point penalty.
And 10 points is 10 seconds.
And that's a lot of distance.
That's a lot of, or 10 feet. Ooh, look at Joel Dobson's setup here. He is nose high, high angle of attack. That is perfect. That is absolutely perfect, Joel. Pretty, so nice. Outstanding job, Colonel Dobson. That is hard to beat, ladies and gentlemen. You got to give it up for Mr. Joel Dobson. I tell you what, anybody in the Air Force would be proud of a landing like that. That was absolutely perfect.
All right, also for you fakes over there on the line, each pilot gets 2 runs today at the course. So that was Joel Dobson's second run and his 172 tail dragger Moxie. They're getting his measurements while we've got Virgil Irwin lining up in that Bear Hawk that Matt loves so much. This will be his second run for the day. All right, we've got Garrett Mitchell out there getting his flag. He's checking his cameras, getting the checks. It was established that Gary will raise the flag, and these pilots all have different techniques that they need to do to spool up their aircraft to get prepared to launch off the line. Some have launch control, some don't. Some get it to just the right RPM to get going. So Gary will raise that green flag up, and then he'll look at the pilot. The pilot will get his affairs in order, and the pilot will give Gary a quick little glance and a head nod, and then we'll have a flag drop, and here he goes. He's off. Gary waving that green flag out there. Gary loves his job, and we love watching him do it. All right, now Virgil has made the turn into the Traveler strip. It looks like he's down. He's going to get that airplane stopped. Okay, he's on the turnaround. That was pretty quick. All right, he's up off the ground. You'll be seeing him make the turn to the east. Here he comes around that turn. He's going to come right across this river strip. Listen to that engine as he comes by overhead here on this river strip today. making the turn into Driftwood. We've got our monitors up here so we can see if they clear or bust the pylons. Now, we talked about busting the pylons and the penalties that they can get. And actually at Driftwood, you have to clear the pylons going in and out. So if they don't get their strategy right, they run the risk of incurring a double penalty just on the Driftwood strip alone.
Hey guys, we're up here talking technical issues in the booth, and one of the things that I find kind of funny is the plane came by, and our sound man Danny turns to me and says, "Good gravy, what's he got in that thing?" Folks, that's a 290 horsepower EF2 EXP 540 with a Kato prop, 82-inch three-bladed carbon constant speed Kato prop. You talk about a capable airplane. This thing, I want one. Anitra, I want one bad.
I know you do.
And he's got extended wingtips, VGs, shock monster gear. He's also got an autopilot, Garmin IFR panel. Everybody can see the belly pod. But you can imagine having that as an IFR aircraft. I mean, this is a fully capable six-seater, like a Cherokee 6 that you could land on a gravel bar. Just unbelievable. And here he comes. Let's see how he does. Little pop of power there at the end.
We know he did clear the pylon.
Outstanding, and there he goes. All right, so we're going to get him measured, and we have the one, the only, John Young in stickers, the mascot aircraft of ArkanSTOL. You can see he's got all stickers all over it.
I'm proud to say I've got a sticker on stickers.
There you go. I think I've got a sticker on stickers too. John, can you hear me? All right, we're talking to you, and we understand you're going to run the course. And talk us through it. That sounds outstanding. So, folks, John comes up to the line. Garrett Mitchell is going to clear him. He's going to test his control surfaces. Says he's ready to go. Then Gary's going to...
John, on Traveler, the winds are 090 at 3 knots, no wind.
You'll notice that the pilots get a weather report every time they leave. Folks, in these valleys, the winds just whip around like crazy. These weather reports are critical for safety.
Also, when we flew the strip in John Young's airplane the other day, they have ribbons marked all along the valley for reference points for the pilots to see what the winds are doing at any given strip. Because what's happening down at Traveler may be completely different from what's going on over at Driftwood.
That I'll tell you what, guys, we're not going to talk to John over the radio while he's running the course. We're going to let him concentrate on getting through the course safely and then telling us what he thinks is going on.
John's made the turnaround. He's coming around here.
Folks, we're watching on the cameras. We'll let you know if he clears the pylons or not. If he doesn't, we can all pick on him. Easily clears the pylons at Driftwood.
Lady.
And there you have it, folks.
Folks, give John Young a hand as he taxis by. We want to, not just for demonstrating the course for us, but for all the hard work that he does. This is one of the founders of ArkanSTOL, so show your appreciation.
Still up.
All right, guys, I'm taxiing by back to parking because we have to position this thing a little bit differently. It's a go airplane in case we need it. There's 3 pilots on the field that can do that. But I want to thank every one of you, each and every one of you guys, for taking the time to come out and enjoy what these pilots do. What they do is not easy and takes a lot of skill, a lot of patience, a lot of concentration. And I also want to thank our over 100 volunteers that make this thing happen. So you guys enjoy the rest of the day, and you might see me out here a little bit later. I won't be talking to you because I'm concentrating on something else, but appreciate it once again. And
All right, folks, this is a great time for us to just let you know that it is 100 volunteers that it takes to put this thing on. It is just a monumental effort. It takes an army of volunteers and just an incredible ArkanSTOL staff to get this whole thing organized. It is a Herculean effort to organize one of these, but none of it could happen without the support of our sponsors. Anitra, who are our silver level sponsors for the 2023 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Ozark Backwoods Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft?
Well, there is a plethora of them, and I'm really happy to be able to say that. As you said, it's not possible without these sponsors, so we want to thank FBO Props,
QAA Hartzell,
SRK Construction Inc.,
Scott Petroleum,
North Little Rock Air,
Kit Planes for Africa, also known as Drake Aircraft Adventures,
Swift Aviation,
Simmons Homes,
Powerlift Hydraulic Doors,
Lima Bravo Aviation,
Ingold Aviation,
Duke Propellers USA,
Just Plain Fun,
Baxter Insurance Group,
and Flying Eyes Optics. Who we got on the line here, Matt?
We got Brandon Korn in another great big airplane, a Cessna 205.
He calls-
Who's a big boy? He's a big boy.
Actually, she's a big girl because that is his Black Betty.
The Black Betty.
That's
and that
what
is a really good looking paint job on that aircraft. And why is it not surprising that it's a good paint job on that aircraft?
Because that airplane is sponsored by Brandon Korn himself with Korn Collision Company. He has himself a paint shop.
A whole paint shop. That looks like an airplane that would be owned by a man with a paint shop. So he's coming up here with that big old 205. Folks, I love watching unusual aircraft fly in STOL competitions. But if you look at this one, he's got a STOL kit on it. He's got VGs, a Sportsman STOL kit. He's got an MT Expedition Series propeller. And a lot of those folks run those MT propellers. They have a green triangle on the prop, but there's a green triangle on the side too. And Gary's about to release him. And there he goes.
Now, Matt, we spoke yesterday about how a lot of our competitive pilots come from a racing background, and Brandon Korn is one of those. He raced in wing sprint cars for many years and started flying and said he loved the challenge of constantly learning new adventures, and he just loves competing and honing in his skills, and he certainly has done that. He's competing across all the circuits that he can in STOL. He's the current points leader for the National STOL Series Touring Division, and he's a rookie here at ArkanSTOL, and I tell you, he is just thrilled to be here.
That's right, and he's having a really great time. We have a lot of folks coming from the racing community. I'm going to give a big shout out to my buddy Keith Watts, who's part of the 172 nose dragger community with me and Kenny Monger. He just made his debut up in Nashville, and he is hooked. He's got the STOL bug. We sank the hook hard on that one.
All right, Brandon's coming around that corner fast. Listen to this engine as he comes by this river strip.
That is a beautiful sound. Yeah, so I want to notice a difference today from yesterday. He pulled his flaps in, and now he put his flaps in going into the turn. How about that? He made a little change.
I talked to him last night at the dinner, and he says, "Oh, I could do better," but I don't want to say what he said in measurements. But I was like, "Were you holding back?"
He's kind of holding back.
I think he might have been holding back.
Holding back in practice.
I think he was holding back.
Okay, we can see that. Well, that would also mean that was the first time he had officially run the course. And a lot of times, folks, you see these pilots, they'll run the course and then make a refinement, and then run the course and make a refinement. And that change from yesterday to today, that's part of Brandon making a refinement. Did he clear the pylons?
He cleared the pylons easily, and I like what you're saying there about it. And we've heard in the name of safety, especially for the rookies like Brandon is fly it slow first, figure it out, learn the course, fill your airplane, make the tweaks, and then get ready for competition day.
That's right, and that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing him getting his plane in competition trim. So he's turning around now at Driftwood, and pretty soon we'll be able to look on the monitors and tell if he clears the pylons on the way out. Once again, this just incredible digital backbone set up by Intercut Productions here, doing just such a great job keeping all of us informed. They also set it up where you could talk to John Young on the radio, which was a first for ArkanSTOL and pretty tricky. That's pretty neat to do. And here comes Brandon Korn.
All right, Brandon's cleared those pylons. Look at that. Beautiful landing. While we're getting Brandon's scores calculated down here to the west of us, we have STOL Bandit Frank Mann taking the line in his Flying Ace. That's a experimental Piper Cub. Frank Mann competed here at ArkanSTOL last year. This is his second year at this event. Now, there's something very special about this airplane that Frank Mann's flying, Matt. What is that?
Folks, if you look at his cowling on the front, he has a very special graphic there, an homage to his father, who flew the OV-1 Mohawk. Frank comes from a family of aviators. And folks, I want you to notice, we're going to get Frank off here. The helicopter is going to be cranking up. Remember, that doesn't have anything to do with us. They are dealing with an automobile accident that happened way off site, and the helicopter covers an area. So they have to make transfers and get their work done, even during the competition. But there he goes. So one thing I love about Frank's airplane is that graphic on the tail, Anitra. That just looks so good.
Oh, it does.
He's running a 160 horsepower 0320 with a Kato prop. That's a really good combination on that plane. Makes for a very capable backcountry machine. I know yesterday they had a fly out to the sandbar. Did you make that fly out yesterday, Anitra?
No.
You didn't make that one.
I
You
made
the
it
one
the
the
night
day
before, yes.
Okay. The flyouts, folks, at these events are the highlight of this for the pilots. The pilots just love coming in, getting together and going around and just beating up some grass strips.
I'd also like to add, too, Frank Mann is the first to come out in the Bush class. So Brandon Korn will be finishing up the touring with this last run. And now we're going to see all of the Bush planes come out.
That's right. Here he comes around the corner. The very first plane in the Bush class, Frank Mann.
That sure is a pretty P-18, isn't it?
It really is, and a really capable aircraft also. I know he makes a lot of the flyouts at these events, and they landed on some kind of soft sand last night, or else I would have had my old heavy airplane out there, but it was just a little sinky for me.
We need to get you some big tires on that 172 straight tail Cessna.
How big? I just got the how big can you afford look. So Frank clears the pylons down at Driftwood with ease. I'm sure he'll make his touchdown there. We'll be watching the cameras to let you know if he clears the pylons on his way out.
Frank is a really neat guy, and he is about delivering a really awesome message. He's super passionate, a wonderful contributor to the community of STOL. And I want to encourage all of our spectators to stick around till the end of the event, because when the last prop stops turning, we're opening up the pits, which has never been done here at ArkanSTOL, to open it up to the public to go in. The pilots are going to be by their airplanes. They're going to be happy to answer your questions about anything you have about STOL, their stories, their airplanes. And I do know that Frank has stickers to give out.
And everybody likes stickers.
All right, we've got Frank in our sights. He's coming around from Driftwood.
So the helicopter has got his collective on 0 right now, so Frank doesn't have any rotor wash to deal with, folks, for anybody who's worried about that. It's just spinning the blades around. It's not making any thrust. But now that Frank is parked, we'll probably be getting the helicopter out of here. Folks, our prayers go out to whoever is suffering from that car crash that they're dealing with. You know, when you see that, when you see the medevac fly, you know somebody's not having a good day. So we send our prayers out for them and their families. I'm sure they'll be all right there with some of the best medical professionals in the world, and they're on their way to a hospital.
Man, I just love the sound of that engine coming out of that 205. That's that's our largest competitive aircraft this year.
That is the largest competitive aircraft this year and the largest competitive aircraft on the National STOL Series circuit. And Brandon can really fly that thing. And it's really funny. He does really well and lands a lot lighter than you would think for a plane that heavy. It's all about the approach. He brings it in and gets all the energy out and just sets it down real nice. For all you panel junkies out there, Brandon is running a Dynon HDX in that thing. It is IFR rated, and he does use it for business, and he travels in it for business all the time. And then he brings it here and competes in it. Let's watch him come around the corner.
Man, oh man, that gives me chill bumps. When that 205 flies by, he's making his way down to the Driftwood strip. We're gonna watch the cameras to see if he clears those pylons. All right, Brandon cleared those pylons with plenty of room. All right, Brandon cleared the pylons on the way out of Driftwood, so that's a good in and a good out, which means he did not incur any penalties. Driftwood could be really tricky. You can incur 2 penalties there. If you bust the pylons going in, that's a 10-second penalty or 10-point penalty, and also going out. So these pilots want to get their strategy just right. They got to pull the power at the right time. You want to land short, but not too short, because you need enough distance to be able to clear the pylons on the way out. So there's a lot of strategy goes in to how these pilots want to handle that Driftwood runway. I believe that's the shortest stop we've seen from Brandon between practice and today. I think he's going to be really happy with that round. Frank Mann approaching the line in that flying ace, that Piper PA-18 experimental Cub. So Cyrus Justice was just up here on the stage, and would you believe it that we have already found someone that's going to get him a new gear? They're already going to start getting that airplane repaired to get it airworthy again, and he needs a ride to Conway.
So if there's anybody out there who can give Cyrus a ride, meet him at the volunteer booth that's just behind you, folks. If you want to help Cyrus out, give him a ride. He needs to go get a part for his aircraft.
And we mean ride, we mean that could be by airplane. We've got permission from ground. They're going to let him out so he could go get that gear.
That's right. He's already working at getting that airplane back up. And here comes Frank Mann.
We've got a clear.
Gary's getting him all ready. And Mr. Brian Steck coming up to the line.
All right. This is Frank's second run of the day.
So, folks, we've got Brian Steck coming up to the line. I tell you, that Brian Steck, that is one bad mother.
Watch your mouth.
Just talking about Brian Steck.
That old Brian Steck is flying the American Legend Cub MOAC. They are one of our platinum sponsors here, so we want to thank them for.
Absolutely. And, you know, right there in Sulphur Springs, Texas, they are made proudly by proud Americans, some of the best welders I've ever seen, folks, and I've been in the oil and gas industry 27 years, and these guys can weld. They've got a welding shop that just, oh man, it looks like an operating room. And so Frank's turned around now at Traveler. If you'll look to your right, he's going to come around. Yeah, he is all in it. He is ready to G-E-A-U-X go.
All right, Frank has cleared the pylons on approach into Driftwood.
This gives us a second to talk about Legend aircraft. The Legend Cub continues to be one of the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. It's a modern legend, and those who've flown one consider the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub airplane. From the onset, it was determined that these beloved aircraft are so pure in their design, so honest in their handling, that something must be done to keep them flying. While many Piper Cubs remain viable today, there is a yearning within the flying community to continue to appreciate these great aircraft. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 85 years is still great today. Pilots understand that keeping these aircraft true to the original is the only way to keep their widespread appreciation in check. Let's watch Frank come in.
That is a great segue into that intro, because we've got the Piper Cub here that they have modeled this Legend Cub after.
That's right. So you're looking at a Piper Cub coming in. Good. Got a little bounce there, Frank. He's got it.
That's all right. He's got those Acme Aero shocks on there.
Hey, nothing like Acme Aero shocks. I tell you what, folks. Upon surveying the Cub owners of the past, Legend Cub determined that a few small changes would lead to the rebirth of the Cub, and now you've got what sits before you now, Mr. Brian Steck in his Legend Cub. Now, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, this guy is a contender everywhere he goes. He flies STOL drag. He flies ArkanSTOL. He flies traditional STOL. Is there any kind of STOL he doesn't fly, Anitra?
I don't think so. In fact, his airplane's name is Scooter STOL.
There you go. Scooter. What's really funny, folks, that's an IFR Cub. He travels in that aircraft with his wife, Christy, all over the nation to go to competitions. He is a certified IFR pilot with some good traveling aircraft.
They take that plane down to Mexico quite regularly also.
Yeah, not this plane, folks. His I don't know what he's got that he's taken to Mexico.
Oh, let's see. What has he got?
But he does have a plane that'll get there in one shot. But this is what he does when he wants to have fun. It's great to be an IFR pilot. It's great to have a nice turbine, something that'll get you somewhere fast. I just can't remember what they fly down there to go scuba diving. But it's a good airplane. But folks, this is what Brian does when he wants to have fun.
Well, we talk about Brian having fun.
Here he goes.
And he certainly does that, but he also has a little bit of a competitive streak in him, and I do have on good word that he has a new build on the way. He's building another Legend Cub, MOAC, purpose-built for these competitions.
That is amazing. So you see that Cub that he just took off in, folks, as I was saying, they do a lot of traveling with that aircraft. It has dual purpose. You can travel with it. You can land in the backcountry. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. You could probably even fly young eagles. But aircraft that he's having built, working very closely with Darren Hart and Randy Hart up there in Sulphur Springs, Texas. That's going to be specifically for competition. We can't wait to see it. And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian Steck.
Folks, go over and visit. You can visit Darren and Randy Hart at the Legend booth. Right here on the line, they're in that black tent with those gold wings that say Legends. All right, so interestingly enough, now we've got the stop, right? So one thing that we didn't talk about with Brian that we haven't seen yet today is he has got that MT propeller reversible pitch prop.
That's right. Talked with Brian about that this morning. He's been saving that. We were discussing whether or not he thought he was going to have to break it out. And looking at the practice scores yesterday, yes, he is.
Yeah, we did not see him use that yesterday, did we?
He hasn't used it yet. He didn't use it in qualifying. He didn't use it in practice. Folks, I think we're going to see it today. And that's exciting. That's exciting. And the other thing, Brian is just an outstanding pilot anyway. He's going to be coming in pretty short anyhow. And then he's going to throw the beta on it, and we're going to see what happens.
So
notice the change in pitch of the prop when he throws it in reverse. Folks, you'll notice that, and I'm excited. I can't wait. We're about to see what happens right now. He's cleared the pylons down at Driftwood, and he's on his way back, and we'll get to see it here in just a second.
And for the folks over there on the line, you'll hear us use terms like beta and reversible pitch prop. For us, that's a common thing that we talk about. We use those terms interchangeable. So when you hear us speak of a beta prop, that is that reversible pitch prop.
And here he comes. Oh, he looks good, Anitra. He's nice and high, slipping it in, getting the power out, getting the energy out. Good high angle of attack.
All right, let's listen for that reverse. There it is, folks. Look at that. Give him a round of applause for that. Look at that. I think that's one of the shortest landings we've had today.
I think that is the shortest landing we've had today.
And we want to use this opportunity to say if you want to talk to Brenda Clemens about that reversible pitch prop, that MT propeller, you can get those through McFarland Aviation Services, who is one of our in-kind sponsors here.
There you go. Folks, they're back and forth on the radio right now. Everybody's picking on Brian going, what the heck was that?
I'm telling you, these pilots were sandbagging in practice yesterday. The numbers ain't lying about that today.
I don't think that was sandbagging. I think yesterday, Anitra, they were just working on getting their approach, making sure they could come in at a high angle of attack, and just getting the plane set up to get it on the ground at the proper point. Now, what happens after the plane gets on the ground, well, that's a whole nother issue.
All right. Brian's clearing the runway here, and we've got Gary Schmidt in his Just Aircraft Super STOL. Now, Just Aircraft sells, they're the manufacturer of these kits, and Gary is one of the owning partners of Just Aircraft. You can get one of these from Stolen Aircraft.
That's right. I was talking about with Chris and his wife last night, and they have a great facility that they just built. We'll get to talk with Chris later today about that new facility and how you can build an airplane. Here we go.
All right, so Gary's Just Aircraft Super STOL is one of many Just Aircraft airplanes you're going to see running the course today here at the 2023 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge, presented by Patriot Aircraft. These are a very popular kit plane. All right, here he comes, rounding the corner from Traveler.
Now you'll notice that that engine has a very distinct sound. That is a Rotax 914.
No kidding, a Rotax.
A Rotax, I know. Aren't you surprised? And Pyran Gary. There goes Pyran Gary down to Driftwood. We'll monitor and let you know when he clears the pylons.
Now he's got those big old fat bush wheels, and boy, he sure does love to drop that Super Stol in.
He is not afraid to test that landing gear. And sometimes we accuse him at Sun and Fun that he's out there just demoing the landing gear. I said, you're supposed to be putting on a Stol demo, but we think you're really out there just seeing how hard you can slam that airplane down and test that gear. There's a lot of play in those shocks.
I'd go as far to say is that is his signature move.
It probably is his signature move, and that's what he's going to need if he is going to place in this competition. Because remember, folks, it's all really close, and just a few feet on the landing can make all the difference because the planes are all very close on time.
Questionings, or you
Clearing the pylons easily.
well, yeah.
Pyran Gary Schmidt on his way back. Folks, that's a Cajun term, Pyran. Means papa or grandpa. We kind of pick on Gary that way. And here he comes around.
All right, here he comes. Coming in high over those pylons as we suspected. And that was a nice soft landing for Gary. All right. While we get Gary's measurements, we're going to have Brian Steck back on the line in his scooter Stol, that beautiful Moac. I don't know if he likes flying that thing more or polishing it.
He does take very good care of it. I'm wondering if he'll hold on to that after he gets his new plane built.
Well, I have it on good authority that his wife, Christy, told him when they were discussing about all the things he wants to do to get more competitive with all the Stol competitions that he's doing. And she says to him, well, I just think you need to build another airplane. I said, that's a dang good wife.
There you go. There you go. He's got the green light and the thumbs up, so it's time to lay the keel and get that plane built.
Brian Steck he owns a couple of businesses in the aviation industry, and he is also a supporter and sponsor of this event. Is one of many pilots that come here compete, but they also provide financial support through sponsorship so that these events are possible.
And of course, none of these events could happen without our awesome sponsors. He's getting ready to go, folks. Mr. Brian Steck. That's going to give us a quick minute to talk about Legend Aircraft in Sulphur Springs, Texas. So they're a full shop, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a legacy aircraft, and I'm talking about a Super Cub, a Piper Cub, that you'd like to have rebuilt, talk to Darren and Randy. They have a full welding shop, paint shop, fabric shop, electronic shop. They can cut your instrument panel, custom made to whatever you need. They are a full aviation aircraft building and restoration business. I really don't think there's anything they can't do. And here comes Brian Steck.
You can hear that echo through the valley down there on that Traveler Strip.
Folks, he comes low because he's not burning any power on altitude. All the energy's going into speed. And off he goes to Driftwood. So Legend Cub there in Sulphur Springs, once again, home of the Legend Cub aircraft. Just go by their booth and have a talk with them. They'll be glad to talk with you. This is also a great time to talk about some of our gold sponsors. Afterglow Aircraft Solutions. We're going to talk to them in just a minute. And AOPA. Folks, the AOPA tent right behind you has got briefings in it all day. Gary Mitchell gave a great one yesterday that I attended. There's going to be one at 4 p.m. tonight about the Artemis mission. Also, one of the sponsors is Clemens Insurance. Jerry Clemens is here. And if there's anything you need to know about insurance, you talk to Jerry. He's walking around. He flew in a beautiful a beautiful Husky. And just a really good-looking airplane. He competes in that airplane. So when Jerry talks to you about aviation insurance, it's not just coming from an academic point of view. He is a pilot and a competitive STOL pilot. So he can answer all of your insurance questions. Also, insures and sponsors STOL events all over the country. Just a lot of knowledge there. So make sure you stop and talk to Clemens Insurance.
Or if you don't get a chance to go by his booth, he is conducting a forum today on aviation insurance.
Wow.
Man, oh man, I love the roar of that reverse.
Not only did he do well, he did better than his last landing. He really got that thing dialed in, folks.
Did you see all that arm movement in that cockpit
he's
just
busy.
then? Like, there's a lot goes into getting that beta prop to engage.
Absolutely. He is busy in that cockpit, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is the shortest landing we've had yet today. That was impressive. He got it dialed in on the approach. His approach was perfect. He landed just flat. You could see the shocks play out, and as soon as he could, he engaged the beta almost at the start line. I mean, that was just incredible. Great job, Brian Steck.
We're going to get Brian Steck measurement, get his scores in. And we've got Gary Schmidt on the line to take his second run.
Folks, we got Colin Kaniva coming up to the line, kind of showing off a little bit, picking that tail up. And here's Gary Schmidt making his second run. Allons, parrain, vite, vite.
All right, Gary Schmidt is flying the Just Aircraft Super STOL. As I was saying earlier, Matt, that's one of many Just Aircraft kits you're going to see out here.
That's right. We also have some Highlander XLs out here, some regular Highlanders. Jeff will be coming out and flying one of those in a minute. They come with a large selection of power plant options. A very popular power plant option that I'm seeing is the Rotax 912. And I was talking with Gary and Chris last night. They put a lot of them into Just Aircraft. It's a good power to weight ratio, dependable motor. You're going to see a lot of these kit aircraft from Highlander and Just Aircraft out here today. Here comes Gary from your right, my left, coming in, all in that 914.
To clarify, we have Just Aircraft, which Gary, who is flying right now, is one of the owning partners. They are the manufacturer of these kit planes, but we also have Stolet Aircraft just across the field that is owned and operated by husband and wife team Chris and Debbie Grewan, and they have an amazing build assist program going on.
That's right. I was talking with Debbie last night. They even have RV spots. So, like, if you wanted to take part in their build assist program, I have a camper. Like, you could just bring your camper up there and hook it into one of their RV spots and work on your airplane. The interesting thing about that, Anitra, is they've got all of the jigs. They've got a welding shop. They've got a paint shop. They've got everything that you would need to get your aircraft built, and it can significantly reduce the time that you spend working on getting your aircraft ready to go. Interviewing Chris yesterday, it was kind of funny. He talks about seeing an airplane go out the door. It's like you're launching one of your children out into the world. So it's always nice to hear people who are that passionate about aviation and helping people get started with their kit planes. Well, Gary Schmidt doesn't have any trouble with the pylons at Driftwood. And he's making his way back. Folks, we'll hear that 912 coming to your left here in just a minute. Comes in nice and high, which is what you want to do. He wants to be high over the trees, get set up with a good high angle of attack. Watch these shocks play out, folks. That was actually a very nice, easy landing for Gary. He has been known to really bring them in and slam them. When you build the airplanes, you know you can fix them. So he brings them in and just sees what they can do. Coming to the line now, we have Mr. Colin Kaniva. Never heard of the guy. He also has the Old Green Plane channel on YouTube, and the Old Green Plane is here. As you first came in the gate, you could see it on your right. This is the plane his father owned, and his father used to fly him and his brother around. His brother later found the plane. They restored it to its original condition, and now they take people flying and put it on YouTube. It's a really great channel. I've watched a couple of episodes. Just a really uplifting show. And so he's flying his Carbon Cub today. And let's tell us about this Carbon Cub, Anitra.
Well, you put me on the spot, Matt, and I wasn't prepared for that because I was spooled up to talk about his other airplane that he has. He also has Beast, an American Legend Cub, MOAC that he competes in also.
That's right. And he does very well in that MOAC. And it's pretty exciting, folks, whenever you see three planes of the almost exact same build competing against one another. But here we go, Colin Kaniva.
Now, if you look real close at the side of that Carbon Cub, you will see that there's a sticker with a W on it, and that is the logo for the Wayne America Fly-In. So not only is Colin Kaniva a competitor, he competes on all the STOL circuits that are available for STOL competitions. He also is an event organizer, and he was actually the first event in history to host both National STOL and STOL Drag at the same event.
It broke my heart to miss that event.
Yeah,
me
too. That was one of the few events that neither one of us made it to. That's very rare.
STOL Drag and traditional STOL together. And here comes Colin Kaniva. He's turned a corner. He is all in that 180 horse.
Listen to that.
Now, just so you know, folks, Colin has an adjustable pitch prop, which means he can come in, adjust the pitch of that prop. He can bring it in really aggressive so that he can cruise with it, and then shallow that pitch out for competition. Of course, this is different from a constant speed prop, which can be adjusted by the pilot from the cockpit. All that means is that Colin's just got to get a couple of tools and go out there and adjust his pitch right out there on the field. Doesn't take him very long at all. He'll fly that Cub in and then adjust the pitch and then get to competing.
He did clear the pylons down at the Driftwood strip. He's going to get that turnaround, head back. He's on his way back. He is most definitely going to clear those pylons with ease. We should see him coming around the bend in about 30, 45 seconds.
That's about right.
All right, here he comes. Pylons are cleared. It's a great landing there.
Now you notice he still has his Stoll drag tires on, folks. Still got the little tires on there. Folks, coming to the line, we've got Mr. Joe Pearson in his beautiful Aviat Husky A1B. Now, this is a 1,300-pound aircraft, empty, 2,000-pound gross weight. He's got a Lycoming 0360 in it, thinking about 180 horsepower, if I recall. Joe has been in GA as a kid in Alaska, which is where he got started in GA. So it's really not surprising that he'd come to us in the Stoll circuit, in Stoll competitions. This backcountry flying is just what he grew up doing.
That's right. He achieved his private pilot by the age of 18. And he's a commercial multi-instruments by 19.
And once again, this is, here we go. Gary's got him up. There he goes.
All right, we're going to watch Joe slip into Traveler, making that turn.
You can hear Joe hitting that IO 360. Here he comes.
All right, Joe's cleared the pylons on the Driftwood strip on the way in. He's getting stopped, going to get turned around. All right, and Joe's cleared those pylons on the way out of Driftwood. So no penalties for Joe, which we like. It's a little quiet over here, folks. We've just been delivered lunch, so it might be a little bit quiet.
Joe slipping it in, controlling that energy. Down he goes. So we got Colin Kaniva coming to the line right here. Gary's going to get him all set up. And the flag man, Gary, lets him go. And there it goes, Colin Kaniva. So, folks, we've got a special guest here in the booth. We've got Afterglow. Is it Afterglow Aviation?
Afterglow Aircraft Solutions.
Afterglow Aircraft Solutions. So tell us who you are and tell us what y'all do at Afterglow.
Yeah, my name's Jonathan Rose, and we're with Afterglow. We're over there with the shiny Airstream. We do aircraft appearance, so it's interior refurbishment, paint repair and upgrades. We do detailing, metal, brightwork polishing. Pretty much if it has to do with the appearance of an aircraft, we work on it. Yeah.
I think that Airstream's a good commercial for you. That thing, that is the shiniest Airstream I think I've ever seen.
Well, thank you very much.
That thing looks
it's
good.
a labor of love.
But you could do that to an airplane, couldn't you?
We can and have, yep.
Have you ever heard of the name Warren Grobelar?
I have not.
Yeah, I'm going to get him in touch with you.
I need to
Oh,
talk
here
to
comes
this guy.
Colin Kaniva. Look, here it comes. So, Afterglow, so you do detailing? Do you do upholstery?
Yep, complete upholstery shop.
Well,
yes.
what about ceilings on airplanes if you want to get your headliner replaced?
Yep, full top to bottom interior refurbishment, including the cabinetry, everything about a refurbishment we
Well,
do.
what about the sign panels?
Yep. side
What if I
panels.
wanted to get a rug for my new carpet for my aircraft? Could you
We
hook
would
me up with
love
that?
to help you out with that. Absolutely.
Man, that is incredible. Well, we thank you for being a sponsor here of the 2023 ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. And folks, you need to go over to the shiny, I mean really shiny trailer back there with Afterglow on the back of it and talk to them, folks. It sounds like they can help you with just about everything you need for your aircraft. Is there anything really special, any special jobs y'all have done recently that you really enjoyed?
You know, most recently we just did a project for a company that's out of the Middle East in Kuwait, so they flew it to us. We did a full interior on it, and they left our shop and flew straight to Kuwait after that. That was a pretty special project for us.
Oh, man, that's excellent. I spent some time in Kuwait, believe it or not.
Made it an official international company right off of the bat.
Oh, man, that is outstanding. That is outstanding. So you're just right out the bat, international company.
International company with that one job, yeah.
And you got to lead with that. Come on, man. You got to be, well, we're an international interior refurbishment company. I mean, that needs to be like the first thing you tell people. So if you look to your left,
humble.
folks, here comes Colin. Coming in nice and slow on his second run. He looks really good. He's well set up. A little burst of power to get over the pylons. Down he comes. We always like it whenever we see him bounce and then just die.
Yeah,
That's what
beautiful.
we're looking for, getting all of that out. What do you think about all this?
Man, ArkanSTOL, this is our third year here, and we have fallen in love with this whole setup. The scenery, of course, I'm from Arkansas, but the scenery is beautiful. The people here, what they're doing, we absolutely love bringing our team out here and them getting to experience this side of aviation that we're not around that often in the corporate world. Or this is a unique experience, but something we love being a part of.
You know, a lot of the pilots, like Joe Pearson, who's up on the line right now, completely qualified commercial pilot. We have plenty of pilots. Joel Dobson flies for the airlines. We have a couple of airline pilots out here, actually, and people from that side of aviation. And, you know, but when they're ready to fly and have fun, they come and do this.
Yeah, one of our passions inside of our company is getting people involved in the aviation industry, because it's just, I've done it my whole life. It's something it's unique, and people don't realize how accessible it really is. So an event like this gets people into kind of the heart and soul of what aviation's all about.
That's outstanding. Well, thank you all for coming out today.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Nice to meet you.
All right, folks, we're looking at Mr. Joel Dobson up here. No, I'm sorry. Joe Pearson. Joe Pearson up here. Joel Dobson, he's probably sitting back at his tent listening to the announcing going, well, what's he talking about? I'm sitting right here. So Joe Pearson is up, ready to go. There goes Joe Pearson.
All right, Joe Pearson rounds the corner from Traveler, making his way to Driftwood. And as Joe Pearson makes his way to Driftwood, that blue, white, and gold Aviat Husky you see is James Stoppel. James Stoppel is notorious for wreaking havoc. He has one of those cool jukebox, you know, the when the bars have the jukebox apps and you can change the songs, and he'll go by the bar in his hometown where you've got some good old boys listening to some country music, and he'll hit that app and throw some rap music on.
That's so wrong.
And won't even be at the bar. He'll do it from 40 miles.
So wrong. That's an anarchist right there. He just wants to watch the world burn. It's so funny.
And if you get a chance to talk to James Stoppel, I think you'll agree that fits.
By the way, folks, we're enjoying our lunch up here. You can get lunch at the red trailer down to your left. We have a food truck here for you. Just get on down there and get yourself something to eat.
And okay, here comes Joe Pearson on final for this.
Uh-oh.
He did not clear the pylons. I do not believe he cleared the pylons on that.
We're going to have to wait for a score on that, folks. We got to find out if he cleared the pylon or not.
All right, we've got James Stoppel coming up, and we've got word that he may or may not run back-to-back. After he runs, we're going to see how his brakes feel from that second run, see if he wants to go right, follow himself so that we can take a little break. James Stoppel's from Cole Camp, Montana. He is a true backwoods pilot, hopping sandbars. We were out playing on the sandbars in the river with them just 2 days ago. A lot of these pilots, they actually do fly in the backcountry. I know a lot of people think that they only do the competitions. You have all these modified airplanes, but these people go out and play in the backcountry.
Well, that's the original mission of the aircraft, is to be able to go and land on a sandbar and land in a little field somewhere, hunt, fish, enjoy the outdoors, and then get back in. Folks, James's plane has a IO 360, 180. And here he comes.
Now, Matt, James Stoppel is, we talk about the anarchist, and he may be going back to back depending on his breaks. So, of course, that's going to happen on James Stoppel's run. But also, he is a prime example of one of those pilots that we would say we might make things up about them because they did not fill out the profile. Now, James did not give us any information. Matt's pro at this, so take it away.
That's right. So, you know, James, he's a Capricorn. He likes long walks on the beaches. He likes to sit at home and sip a Bud Light with his 4 cats. His favorite cat is Mr. Maximilian III, who's a long-haired Maine Coon cat. And James just wants everyone to know that he's just full of love for everybody. He also likes listening to the music of Enya while enjoying a light white wine spritzer.
I also heard that he doesn't kiss on the first date unless you get him a little drunk.
You got to fill out that bio, folks. You got to fill out that bio. If you don't fill out the bio, we're just going to make stuff up.
Speaking of bios, we do have a lot of pilots that do fill out their bios. They take it seriously. We want to spread the STOL gospel. You can go to ArkanSTOL.com and you can click on all the competitive pilots' profiles here that are competing here at ArkanSTOL and see all of their information. Connect with them on their social media and YouTube channels and check out what they got going on.
Well, I'll tell you, James should be very proud of that landing because that's textbook right there, folks. Now, I want you to imagine, not in this sterile, competitive environment, but he's got this husky out in the backcountry in Alaska, and he wants to go out there and catch some salmon. And there's a gravel bar on the River Nick, and he's got some trees that he's got to get over, and maybe a few bushes. And he's got to be able to land it in a 10-foot wide strip because everything else has driftwood on it. You'll notice that's why that runway is named Driftwood. These pilots are demonstrating the backcountry capabilities of these aircraft. James could land on that river, probably catch a great big salmon, and then get back off in the exact same amount of space with that husky. That is the whole point of these competitions, is to sit out there, well, one, to determine who the best pilot is, but also to demonstrate the incredible capabilities of these incredible high-performance backcountry aircraft.
All right, so we're going to wait to get the word to see if James wants to follow himself on this run. And we got word from the cockpit. He said, yeah, give me another go. So John is going to follow himself, so he's going to make his way back to the line. Got a little banter going on the radios. We see Stickers has its prop running. I wonder what we're going to see out of the ArkanSTOL mascot plane. All right, James is on the line. All right, James Stoppel is turned around at Traveler. He'll be making his way back. You can hear him coming. You can hear him echoing through the valley, making that turn.
If you like that sound, it's because it's 180 horsepower, and he is in it to win it.
He is also running that MT propeller. I do not believe that that's the reversible pitch prop. We would have seen that if he had the beta. But the MT propeller, we're seeing more and more of those show up on the circuit. You can tell an airplane's running the MT propeller because you can look for the little green upside down triangle. Usually they place those right there on the cowling.
I'd want everybody to know if I was running an MT prop. Folks, we have an announcement. We have a family emergency. If Andrew Branham and Brandon Broadway, please report to the River Runway registration. That's where you came in, the River Runway registration tent. Andrew Branham and Brandon Broadway.
All right, here comes James.
Looking good coming over the pylons. Got a little bounce on it. And he'll get stopped very easily. Standing on those brakes picks that tail up, folks. And there he goes.
All right, John, line up, please.
Got John Young lining up in stickers. He is in the Aviat Husky. He's also running an MT propeller. Looks like he's got a passenger.
Do we know what John's up to?
I have not been
debriefed.
on what's going on here.
What is going on here? Looks like Jerry's going to clear him to go. Oh, somebody lost a shade. Okay, folks, we just found out. John Young has got a photographer in the back. He's going up to do a media ride. Everybody make sure you got your Sunday best on and smile. They'll be getting some really good pictures, probably from about 4,000 feet.
Oh. All right, Stickers is off on the media run, and we're going to take a short break. Before we do that, want to let you guys know that at the end of competition, after our Unlimiteds run, after the very exciting showdown between all those Unlimited class aircraft, we've got Steve Henry and Eddie Sanchez and Hal Stockman. We are going to have a meet and greet in the pits. Never been done before at ArkanSTOL. and I am very proud to be a part of that meet and greet, my new venture, STOL Nation, with a vision of connecting STOL enthusiasts with their favorite pilots. Here comes John Young around the corner, giving that media person a ride of their lives, I betcha. So as soon as the last prop stops turning today at the end of competition, the competitor pits are going to be open to all of you out here watching today. You can go into the pits. The pilots will be there by their aircraft. They'll be happy to answer your questions about their airplanes, their personal stories of aviation. If you're interested in getting involved in backcountry flying or STOL competitions, these pilots are so quick to give you all the advice that you'd ever want. A lot of them have swag and shirts.
We've even got some nice posters that you can get the pilots to autograph them if you buy an ArkanSTOL poster. You can bring it out there and the pilots will be glad to sign them. Folks, remember while you're here today, stop by the Stole It Aircraft booth. Talk to Chris and Debbie. They got a great new facility just about an hour and a half south of Nashville. And they can help you get started all the way through completion of your kit aircraft. They are dealers of just aircraft kits, which of course includes the Highlander and the Highlander XL. They can get you set up with motors, electronics, everything you need to get your aircraft built. And of course the advantage is when you do a builder assist program with Stole It Aircraft, you've got them right there with all of their years of experience to help you answer all those questions that you run into.
That's right. They've just built a new facility in Linden, Tennessee. They've got a big runway, a nice facility, and they also have hangar space that's available.
Now that's something. Hangar space is kind of hard to come by around Baton Rouge. Hey, here comes John Young.
Hi, John Young. Y'all wave at him. Give him a good wave. Also, I'd like to talk about Mid-Continent Aircraft. Mid-Continent is involved in aircraft maintenance, aircraft sales, aviation insurance, aircraft parts, and of course, they're still providing aerial application services to the growers of large paper companies and various government agencies. And we want to give a huge shout out to Dawson Aircraft. That they buy salvage aircraft weekly to keep wide-ranging inventory of parts that fit the needs of the general aviation community, which they are serving us here, actually. They're helping Cyrus get the gear and parts for his aircraft so he can get that back in the air, so we thank them. Active sponsor.
Folks, this community is one of the most helpful communities you'll ever run into. You know, if you've got a problem, they'll solve it. And I have never encountered a group of people that are more helpful or a community that's more together than the aviation community. I'm sure Cyrus will be back up soon. And we got Frank Mann coming out on the field.
Frank's leaving for the weekend, guys. Give him a big wave. Give us a wing wag.
Bye, Frank. Folks, these guys come and they compete, but a lot of times there's family events that you simply cannot miss. And Frank's got business he needs to go take care of, so off he goes.
Back home to Calhoun, Georgia.
Calhoun, Georgia.
All right, Matt, let's take a minute. Let's run through these 2023 silver sponsors.
Well, first we've got FBO Props,
Then we've got QAA Hartzell,
SRK Construction Incorporated,
Scott Petroleum,
North Little Rock Air,
Kit Planes for Africa, that's Drake Aircraft Adventures.
Swift Aviation.
Simmons Homes.
Powerlift Hydraulic Doors.
Lima Bravo Aviation.
In Gold Aviation.
Duke Propellers USA.
Just Plain Fun.
Baxter Insurance Group.
And Flying Eyes Optical. Did you find your Flying Eyes?
I did not find my flying eyes. As you can see, I'm sitting here with no
Man.
sunglasses on.
Okay. They are great sunglasses that have very thin, folks, these are just really good aviation sunglasses, but you got to hold on to them.
I know. So if anybody sees or finds a pair of matte black Flying Eyes aviators with purple lenses, those belong to me. But I bought the insurance from Flying Eyes. So for $30 I paid when I bought that pair of Flying Eyes, and with no questions asked, one replacement of a pair of glasses.
One replacement.
At a fraction of the cost, because those run you about $230.
And so you lost a pair, and at least you'll be able to replace it.
I'm going to call my friend Brady over there at Flying Eyes and say, Brady, I lost them again.
I lost my glasses.
All right. Well, Matt and I are going to rest our vocal cords for a minute. Taking a short break, and we will be back shortly. We will continue with our bush class, then we're going to go on to light sport, then we're going to finish the day out with the exciting unlimited class.
Hey guys, this is Matt Peterson. I'm sitting here talking with Trevor from Dawson Aircraft. Trevor, how you doing?
Yeah, hey Matt, good. This is our, go ahead.
So tell us who you are,
Yeah.
and tell us what Dawson Aircraft does.
Sure, well, at Dawson Aircraft, we're doing everything we can to keep airplanes in the sky. So like Anitra said, we're buying salvage weekly. We're taking the parts, putting them out, selling them worldwide, really supporting the general aviation community. If you need major airframe repair, we do that as well. Anything from gear ups, we rebuild wings, all sorts of things, a lot of sheet metal work.
Excellent. That's outstanding, man.
Yeah.
And so, and y'all are helping Cyrus out today.
Yeah, we got Cyrus over there, so we see that weekly, a lot of stuff like that. We come in with recovery crews, remove the airplane, bring it back to our facility, assess it for the insurance company, either fix it, buy it for salvage, and use the parts to help the next guy out.
Man, that's outstanding.
Yeah.
So what's one of the most satisfying jobs you've ever had working at Dawson Aircraft?
We really like delivering airplanes after they've been fixed. So we take a guy, he's had an accident, a terrible day. We just put him under our wing, get the airplane back to our facility, rebuild it, deliver it, and makes him a happy camper again.
You're probably very experienced at working with insurance companies
Yeah.
and all of that kind of thing, aren't you?
Yeah, we all are at the office. It's a family company. My dad started it. My brother and I worked there. So we've got a lot of contacts in the insurance business,
sure.
Adjusters mainly. We also help with investigations, NTSB, FAA. We have them in our facility, about every month. So we're assisting, getting service bulletins, ADs together, and back out to the population.
Man, that is outstanding. Well, thank you all for your
Yeah.
support of the 2023 ArkanSTOL
problem. We love it.
Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. So great to have you all out here.
Yeah, well, we'll be back.
Oh, absolutely. I personally can't wait till next year.
Yeah, me too. It's too hot this time. We got to get it cooled down.
But it was cold last year.
I know, that's the way I liked it.
Oh, okay. You like it cold.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you
Thanks,
can
man.
always put clothes on. All right. Thank you so much. All right, folks, looks like we're about to make our last run in the Bush class. That's Mr. Kevin Johnson. He's from Canyon, Texas. He uses his Super Cub to support his ferrying business. So this guy shoes horses and uses this Super Cub to travel. So he's the flying farrier, if you would. He's also taking his 8-year-old daughter up all the time, which is exactly what all of us with airplanes should be doing. He's got the thumbs up and the green flag, and off he goes. So Kevin's running 150 horsepower in that Super Cub. You'll notice he's going to keep it nice and low to the ground. Let's watch and see how he slips into Traveler. Looks like he's good, made the turnaround. Now he's coming back out. Keeping it nice and low on a slow climb to clear the trees. Here he comes, got all that 150 horsepower is going. Folks, this is a great time for us to talk about one of our 2023 gold sponsors for the 2023 ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. AirTech Coatings. Robbie Stanton himself is on the field today. AirTech Coatings was so gracious as to provide the music last night. The gravel yard was out, and I'm telling you, folks, I've been playing guitar since I was 11, and these guys are good. They are incredible. So huge thanks to AirTech Coatings. They make paint fly. If you want to see a plane with AirTech Coatings, just look for that AirTech banner. Go find Kelly Qualls or Robbie Stanton, and they'll show you some of that AirTech work. Makes an absolutely beautiful finish. Still looks wet when it's done with it.
Now I heard you talking about Kevin being the flying farrier. Did you happen to catch part of his bio? One of his favorite things to do when he's not out helping horses get shoed up, he's running his 8-year-old daughter around in that Super Cub.
Absolutely. And if you're not flying kids with your airplane, you're just wrong.
And
you're just wrong.
and he does what he calls evangelizing aviation.
You know, I've heard a lot of that language around here today, and we talk about spreading the gospel of STOL. You know, short takeoff and landing, both in the regular competitions and in this challenge competition, really develops these pilot skills. And having these skills and really being able to enjoy your aircraft and being a more survivable pilot, man, I tell you, you just can't do any better in aviation. So here it comes. Let's see how Kevin does.
Cleared the pylons. Boy, that was close, but I think he got it.
Nice. Look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
No reversible prop, but he's just a few feet past where Brian Steck stopped.
Nice work, Kevin.
That's
Folks, give him a
all right.
round of applause when he comes by and taxis back by. And coming up to the line is one of my really good friends. That's Mr. Tony Sanchez and that number 63. We've got another Just Aircraft Super STOL.
Another Just Aircraft and another what kind of motor?
Rotax 912. He's running a big bore kit. It's not a zipper, but he's running a big bore kit. And that airplane's name is God Bless John Wayne. He said he saw that. He had to have it because his middle name is Wayne, named after John Wayne. So when he happened across this Super STOL, he just had to have it.
There you go.
Now,
Did he build this Super STOL or did he buy this Super
No,
STOL?
he bought this Super STOL as it is. I think the only thing he might have done is slap that number on there because Tony is another one of our pilots here that cross-pollinates. He does ArkanSTOL. He's a regular here. He does STOL drags and traditional STOL, and he is also one of the 3 pilots that trailered their Just Aircraft here because you can fold those wings right back and pull them in a trailer.
That is definitely an advantage, being able to trailer your aircraft, because you don't have to worry about weather. You can just drive through whatever kind of nasty rainstorm or thunderstorm or what have you. You might even have to pull over for a little bit, but it's not going to slow you down too much. And here he goes, Mr.
Here he
Tony
goes.
Sanchez.
Now, I tell you, Tony was really sticking those landings yesterday. He was competing in the Bush class, so his landings looked incredibly short compared to some of those other Bush aircraft, but Tony registered for the wrong class. He didn't push the right button, and we moved him down to the light sport. And so he's competing in a different class today, the class he's supposed to be in. But I heard somebody in line. I was in line, standing in the dinner line, waiting to get my tacos that Pam from Birds catered last night. Was delicious. And somebody, I heard him making bets that their money was on Tony for that class. But that was when he was in the Bush class. So we'll see how he does in this light sport.
Well, light sport is different. And, of course, that's why these planes are divided up into classes, folks, to get them as close as possible and make it as much about pilot skill as they can. And here comes Tony. He's got that 912 wound up.
Yes, he does. Now, Tony is a Southwest pilot. He flies a 737 for Southwest Airlines. And you'll notice, you'll hear the name Sanchez twice here because his younger brother is competing here also in the unlimited class. He also has a Just Aircraft Highlander XL, which we'll see in a little bit.
And his younger brother is also an airline pilot, is he not?
That is correct. He flies for United, and he is a 777 captain.
So which one's bigger?
The 777.
Well, it matters. I mean, because which of the brother is flying the bigger airplane? But then they come out here, folks, and they compete in the smallest airplanes you can ever possibly imagine. And we see this a lot on the circuit. Airline pilots, ag pilots, bizjet pilots, really accomplished aviators who can fly just about anything under the sun. And when the weekend gets here and they want to have some fun, they end up here at ArkanSTOL.
That's right. These guys compete in all of the STOL events that are available to them. In fact, these two brothers raced head-to-head at STOL Drag just 2 weeks ago.
And how did that turn out?
Well, it was pretty fun, actually. So, as we said, it was the younger brother and the bigger airplane. And at STOL Drag, you line them up head-to-head. You want comparable aircraft so that the race is exciting to watch. And Eddie's Highlander XL, is a little more beefed up compared to what Tony's flying. So Tony got a 10-second head start, and Eddie had to chase him down and catch him. And let me tell you what, it was a photo finish.
As well it should be. Two brothers racing. It's kind of cool that it finishes up and they can hardly tell who won. Look how high Tony is coming in here. He's got that nose way up. This is pretty good.
This looks pretty much how he was. Look at this. Come on, Tony, stick that landing.
Nice.
Wow.
He had the brakes
Come on.
locked up when he landed. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. I can't call it. We're going to have to go back to the score sheets later.
That's right.
Was really good. That is right up there with Brian Steck's landing.
And he doesn't have the reversible pitch prop. That's right, folks. Thanks for giving him a clap. These guys work really hard modifying these airplanes and practicing to put on a good show. Make sure you show your appreciation. Give them a wave and a clap when they come by.
And folks, we can have a look at the scores here, but we don't want to put anything out unless it's official. I can tell you this, the pilots probably know. And if I were Brian Steck, I'd be watching that and I'd be getting worried. That is short.
Well, Brian Steck doesn't have to worry about him anymore because Tony is no longer flying in the Bush class.
Well, they're in different classes, but you know, Anitra, they want to know who's the overall. You know, that's what everybody's shooting for. They want that bragging right. They want to say, I had the shortest landing at ArkanSTOL.
That's right, and I have the pleasure of sitting around the campgrounds with some of these guys, and let me tell you, the banter is thick regardless of the class that you're competing in.
That's right. Okay, so we got Tony. He should be very pleased with that run.
Woohoo! He is happy about that run.
Folks, I tell you what, he is happy, happy, happy. As well he should be. Okay, that was bomb. That was bomb. He did good. See that? No, he had a locked up when he hit the ground. Folks, I want y'all to notice that Tony had those brakes locked up when he hit the ground. He has little yellow stripes on there so we can tell if they're turning or not. Those tires were not turning when Tony hit.
Now, for these more seasoned pilots doing this, especially with these smaller aircraft, I do know that is a technique that Steve Henry uses, and we're seeing that more and more where they're coming in with the brakes already locked up because they're coming in so slow, they're prepared to stop when they hit the ground.
That's right. What's kind of a danger of that, but you got to make sure you don't put on the brakes too hard and have yourself a prop strike. You don't want to have a nose over. So seeing Tony come in with those knobbies all just locked up, man, that was really something. You could kind of hear it from here. That was awesome. So Kevin's gone down to Traveler. We can hear that he's already turned around. He's just gotten back into it. He'll coming back out. Oh, yeah.
Coming in low from Traveler, headed over to the Driftwood. All right,
Brandon Broadway.
Driftwood,
report to the registration
and he did
tent.
clear
Brandon
the pylons
Broadway
on the approach to Driftwood, so that's good. Gonna get in there, get it stopped, turned around, clear those pylons on the way out.
Brandon Broadway, please report to the registration tent down at the entrance. Brandon Broadway.
And he cleared the pylons on the way out with room to spare.
And folks, here comes Tony Sanchez. Now, he's already got one really good run in the books. So the pressure is off of him. So he can do whatever he wants to now. Nope, that's Kevin. I'm sorry, got mixed up. Uh-oh, Kevin put a little juice in it right as he landed. That's going to make for a long landing. But he'll get it stopped. Looks like Kevin's just not going to bother with a measurement on that one. He knows that was too long. He's going to head back to the pits. And here comes Mr. Tony Sanchez. Folks, I tell you what. Oh, between him and Brian Steck, we're getting a show. We're going to see if we can't pipe Tony's radio in. Tony's got the weather. He's got the thumbs up. This may be the winning run right here, folks.
Tony, we got you loud and clear.
Hey, everybody here at ArkanSTOL. We really appreciate all the support that we got from all of y'all. As far as us, as all of our pilots and competitors, everybody here, we really appreciate y'all's support. We're going to try to give y'all the best show, the safest show, and make this look like a lot of fun. Y'all enjoy it, folks. Here we go.
We're obviously not going to bother Tony while he's on his competition run. Notice he's keeping it nice and low.
I tell you, I've spent a lot of time with Tony at these competitions, and as we've said before, we're having that meet and greet today. I tell you what, if you've got kids that are aviation enthusiasts, he is the first pilot to pick up those kids and stick them in his airplane.
It's so important to let those kids, let them touch your airplane. You know, some of the airplanes, some pilots are like, oh no.
He's got turned around down there. He is having the time of his life.
And here he comes.
Hear that Rotax 912 big bore screaming across the river strip.
This might be one of my favorite features of ArkanSTOL crew this year. You can talk to the pilots while they're on the course. That is awesome.
And it just goes to show our spectators, these pilots really do love what they're doing out here. They have a great time. They're professional, they're safe, but having a great time while they're doing it.
And guys, I can tell you as a STOL pilot, if you think you can't do it, get out there and find somebody, find a mentor, find some friends of yours who are out there flying. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it, anybody can do it. And it's just a matter of being safe and getting some good training and some good mentorship and some good coaching. And you can get out here and run out here and have all this fun that these folks are having. Who we got on deck? Is that Kelly Qualls?
I think that's Kelly Qualls, but I want to let you know, Tony, that was good. And you're clearing the pylons, buddy.
Now, is that an unfair advantage that he knows he cleared the pylons? Tony might be having a little too much fun. Folks, he's happy because he knows he made that first run really good. But now he's going to probably get kind of quiet as he comes around because he's about to kill this landing. Let's watch it. Look how high he is.
Gotcha in our sights. Make it pretty.
He's doing great, folks. Notice he's increasing that angle of attack, coming in at a really high angle of attack.
Oh, my goodness. Come on, Tony, stick it.
And there go the brakes, 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 brakes. Outstanding.
That was a little bit longer. It was. But the first one looked really good.
That's what she said.
You can line up, White.
Huh? Okay. All right, Tony, great run. Thank you for coming out and showing us what you can do here at ArkanSTOL.
right, coming up to the line, we got local phenom. Can I call him a phenom?
You can call him whatever you want.
Kelly Qualls. Kelly Qualls. Just talking about Kelly Qualls.
Tell you what.
He is in a Cub Crafters Sport Cub, not a Super Cub, a Sport Cub.
Hi, Kelly Windsor, light out of the southeast on traffic.
Running a Continental 0200 with a Macaulay prop. That's a 71-inch prop on a 43 pitch. It's got those 8.5 by 6 tires. Looking good. He has done very well in light sport. His scores have been good, but the most important thing about Kelly is watching him fly, guys. You're in for a real treat. Let's watch.
So Kelly got his pilot's license in 2007, and then he says he went a while without flying. All right, Kelly is down over on Traveler. All right, Kelly coming by in that carbon Cub with that traditional Cub paint job. Now, Kelly Qualls, Matt, he works for one of our gold sponsors.
Absolutely. He works for Air Tech Coatings. Mr. Robbie Stanton is here with Air Tech. You can see their feather flag right over there. Air Tech, who also sponsored the music last night, which was just incredible. Got to give it up for the gravel yard. Man, those guys are good.
They were good.
Fast. And Kelly has become kind of internet famous.
He's Insta famous.
He's Insta famous.
He's making himself
Insta
famous.
Insta famous.
That's right.
He's kind of Insta famous. He's put some great videos of him and his Sport Cub flying around doing awesome stuff. He just loves his Sport Cub. You should go see it after the meet and greet after this. It's a gorgeous little airplane, and he just flies it so well.
He spreads the STOL gospel in his own way. He's one of our younger pilots, and he utilizes the social media presence that he has to spread general aviation.
He really does. And one thing I told him last night, I said, you know you're a good pilot when I like watching you fly. It's not ugly. He's not trying to force anything. All of his movements are smooth. His slips look good and controlled. I mean, this guy can really fly that airplane. Let's watch him come in.
That's right. He makes it look really pretty. He understands how to capture the full essence of what general aviation looks like.
Now watch him slip it past these pylons.
Look at this. Nice, Kelly.
You'll notice, folks, that's a very competitive landing in a Sport Cub.
All right, you hear spooling up and taking the line right now is Carl Geiser in his Zenith 701, one of our few tricycle gear aircraft out here.
That's right, and he, I believe he's running a Viking in that Zenith, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. So it's going to sound a little bit different.
Yep,
It's going to have a little different sound to it. Now the Zenith also flies a little different than a tail dragger, being a nose dragger. As you can see, it's a rather small plane. One thing they're very good at is getting off the ground really quick. It's got a 110 horsepower Viking motor in there, and you'll see with a 700-pound empty weight, he is just going to jump right off the ground.
He named that Zenith Maggie. It's number 42. Love that. The paint, is that a paint job? Actually, it's paint on aluminum, so he doesn't have the whole body of the airplane painted.
Now, is that paint or those graphics?
I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
You should ask him. Because, little known fact, you can put graphics onto an experimental, and you can't put graphics on a certificated airplane unless it's a sticker, and you can't cover up rivets. But on your experimental, if you want to put graphics on it, by gum, you just put some graphics on it. And that way you don't have to paint the whole airplane. And paint is heavy.
That's right. As our good friend Andrew Patry says, he doesn't spend any money on paint because paint won't make it go any faster.
That's right. But it will make it look better. You just go ask the folks at AirTech.
Carl started his journey into becoming a pilot 30-odd years ago, and then life got in the way, and he took about 10 hours of flight lessons, and then he got married and had a kid and got a job, and it took him 30 years, but he did it.
You just kind of wonder how many people start down that journey, and then life gets in the way. And, you know, I love talking to people who are thinking about flying because I think I figured out some pretty efficient ways of getting it done. And, you know, if you think it's too late, folks, it's never too late. I didn't get my pilot's license until I was 45 years old. All right, you might think, well, it's too late for me to get started on my flight training. It's never too late. And here comes Carl.
That's right. Hear that Viking engine come zipping across here. Carl has also been a tool and die machinist for 22 years. He says that really helped out a lot with building this airplane.
I can only imagine. You know, we have another machinist out here, Mr. Hal Stockman. And as I told Hal one time at one of these events, I said the difference is he's a real machinist. He's not a CNC operator. He is a real machinist. And I can imagine Carl is too. And these guys can make their own parts. And plus they have a better understanding of how no pun intended, but how machines work in general.
All right, Carl cleared the pylons going into Traveler. Now, this is a pretty light aircraft, one of our lighter aircraft out here, so I imagine he'll get this thing stopped pretty quick, and he has. If you look on the monitor here, Matt, look how close he stopped to those pylons.
Yeah, he's done a good job at learning how to get the energy out of that Zenith and get it stopped really fast. He's got the smaller tires on that Zenith, but I have to admit I am kind of partial to the ones with the big balloons on there. All that flotation.
He cleared those pylons with ease. With those tricycle gear, you get the extra high angle of attack when you're coming up, so he doesn't require quite as much room.
Oh, no, those Zeniths are very famous for being able to jump off the ground real quick. He's going to come back around here to our right. Oh, look how high he is. Is it possible to be too high in this competition?
I don't know, but boy, I tell you what, he's got a little bit of a side slip he's working to bleed some of that energy out. Gonna drop it right in. Look at that. My
Very
goodness.
nice. He's still got a little bit of energy left in it. He's getting that out. And there go the brakes. And he's full stop.
Well, I want you to take notice of the flags though, Matt. The afternoons are creeping up on us, and we know what happens when the afternoons creep up.
I need a nap.
The winds kick up.
Oh, the wind picks up. That's
so
right,
if you notice the flag, we had a little bit of a crosswind, and you could tell that Carl was having to work through that when he was coming down through the pylons.
Well, I think Kelly's feeling pretty good. He's got that tail up in the air. That's an indicator of pilot attitude, folks. If they're going down the grass with that tail up in the air, that means they're happy.
Now, Kelly's plane is a 2007 Cub Crafters Sport Cub. It's powered by an O200, and he says so far when he wrote his bio, he had about 100 hours since May of last year, and it's allowed him to land on mountains, fields, near lakes, and on river banks, and it's been a real blast. Kelly's just having a fun time flying that airplane. Didn't Kelly get his first STOL competition experience at your event, Matt?
That is correct. Wait, which event? Which one are we talking about?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're a big STOL promoter now. You've got 2 events under your belt. I think we are talking about your most well-known event, Swamp STOL, down there in Jennings, Louisiana.
That's right. It's a standard, what we'd call a classic STOL competition down in Swamp STOL. We'll be having it in March of 2024. We haven't quite settled on a date yet. The most important thing about it being during March is that's crawfish season in Louisiana. Last year we cooked 600 pounds of crawfish. We're probably going to cook 800 pounds this year. And as we like to say, we like to pass a good time, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, Kelly entered the rookie class. He got his first time in a traditional STOL competition there, and if I remember correctly, he won the rookie class. So he's no longer allowed to compete as a rookie.
He shouldn't be allowed to compete in the rookie class ever again, because he ain't no rookie.
I got to tell you, I feel like he should have went straight into the light sport, honestly.
Yeah. Honestly,
but
I do believe that.
that's me, and I know he's going to go back and watch that, and I'm going to catch flack from him from saying that.
We just want to see him perform to the level he can perform at, and if he's going to perform there, he needs to be in the right class and be challenged. And I tell you what, he came in as a rookie, and I realize he's only got about 100 hours in that particular aircraft that he's got right now, but he's been flying the wings off of that thing. I mean, he's all over Instagram, Facebook, just flying into all these kinds of cool strips up here in Northwest Arkansas.
That's right. I mean, you just go and you look at his social media, and it's a testament to how well he can fly that Carbon Cub.
That's right. He's doing a great job with the. He's doing a great job with the posts too. The visually stunning. I mean, he's just doing a really good job.
All right, Kelly has cleared the pylons coming out of the Driftwood strip.
Now, this is a good chance for us to do a shameless plug for the ArkanSTOL merch tent. I'm looking at them right over there. They're giving us a big wave and a thumbs up. Folks, we may run out of merch this year. They've still got a few left, though. They've still got a few things left over there in the ArkanSTOL merch tent. Make sure you get something to remember ArkanSTOL by. And here comes Kelly Qualls. I tell you, he's become one of my favorite pilots, Anitra. He really has. Look at that beautiful slip. Look at the control. That's nice. That's nice.
Wow, he just makes that look so pretty.
Poetry. He put in no power. You never heard him touch the throttle on the final. It was all energy management, and he slipped it right in. I tell you, that is something to be proud of right there.
That's right. All right, we've got Carl taking the line in that Zenith 701. Maggie is what he calls that airplane. This is going to be his second run of the day.
You know, I like the bubble windows on those Zeniths. That's just really good visibility all around. Why go flying if you can't look out the window?
That's right. All right, let's check out these flags here. We've got some wind starting to swirl around here in the valley, so that'll make things really interesting. All right, we've got the flags up. We're waiting for the nod for Carl to tell the flagman that he's down. All right, he's ready. He's off. He's got a headwind for this, so he's up.
Yeah, that's always kind of funny to me. Those Zeniths they just pop right off the ground.
Now he's headed down the Traveler. For those of you that may have come later in the day, we're going to talk about what happens down there at the Traveler Strip. We can see it here on our monitors. There are 2 lines on the ground down there, and you've got one white line to another white line. It's a 200-foot distance, and each pilot has to land within that 200-foot box. Turn around, come back, head over to the west to the Driftwood Strip, where there are 2 25-foot pylons erected at the start of that strip. They have to clear those, meaning they have to go above them. They can't go in between them or they incur a penalty. They come to a stop, turn around. They have to clear the pylons on the way back. So there's a possibility of incurring 2 penalties just at that strip alone. Then they come back and have to clear the pylons here on the river strip where we are at right now, and then land in the shortest distance possible while clearing the pylons. And they measure from the pylons to the aircraft's main gear. Matt, why do we have these pylons? What are we trying to recreate here with those?
So imagine you're coming in on a small grass strip and you've got trees on each end. Well, if you have to clear those trees and come to a landing, that means you have to be able to get your aircraft kind of right at the edge of stall and descending in what Stick and Rudder would call a mush. And you are mushing the aircraft and making it come down, lose all of its energy, and descend out of the sky at a high angle of attack so that you can clear the trees and make it to the runway. In the same way that during qualifying, they had to prove that they could get over a 20-foot obstacle, so make sure that they could climb out of the various strips that are here in the valley. Here, the competition, they're having to have a high angle of attack because the shortest landing is probably going to walk away with first place here, and they're measuring that from the pylons. But of course, this new scoring method, well, it just changes everything because speed won't win it. If the fastest plane and the slowest plane only have 75 seconds between them, you got to win it on this final landing and not disqualify and not get docked points by busting pylons at Driftwood.
Or scratching.
Or scratching.
At Traveler.
At Traveler. This is why they call it the Ozark Backcountry Challenge. This is because it's constantly challenging these pilots, challenging their skills. Here comes Carl in his Zenith.
Cleared the pylons with ease.
All right, got it down real solid with authority, no bounce. He's standing on the brakes, and there he goes.
All right, we have getting ready to take the line, Jeff Tinsfeldt. Now, I know you and Jeff have something very specific in common.
That is correct. Jeff is also a full bird colonel, but Jeff retired 19 years ago and went to work in the civilian sector, had a whole other career in life, and then retired from that also, and now he lives on the same airfield as our mutual friend, Jeff Abrams.
That's right. He flew that Just Aircraft Highlander all the way up from Ocala, Florida. He resides at the Leeward Air Ranch, which is an air park with about 228 homes.
That's amazing.
I had the pleasure of going down there. I myself am from Florida, and I've been able to go flying backcountry with Jeff and Katie Waito and some of these other pilots that live down in the South, and I tell you what, he's a great pilot.
I tell you what, well, here he is competing here. Now, he had some pretty good landings at practice yesterday. He is going to have a real hard time matching Tony Sanchez, though. I mean, he is going to have a real hard time matching Tony Sanchez. I do kind of appreciate the placement, Anitra. I've noticed that the winning runs thus far have been right in front of us. That's kind of nice.
We do have the best seats in the house.
There he goes.
And he is off, headed over to the Traveler. Again, another just aircraft kit plane that you're going to see flying here. These are so great, and we've got Stolet Aircraft. They're one of our platinum sponsors. Go over and talk to Chris and Debbie Greenwan about these kit planes and their Builder Assist program.
Yeah, that's a very good program there. Builder Assist, you end up making fewer mistakes. You cut your time down. And of course, you know, talking with Stolet, they'll tell you that, well, how fast are you going to get your plane built? Well, how many hours a day do you want to work? Let's watch Jeff come around this corner. He is going to be all in that 912. Yeah, here he comes. Guys, I'm going to tell you another thing about Jeff Tinsfeldt. He spent a few years as a field artillery officer. And I can tell you, as a former field artillery officer myself, it's really hard to come down from the pleasure and the excitement of blowing things up for your country. So, you know, Jeff might be looking for that same kind of thrill, Anitra, here on the STOL circuit.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the same kind of thrill you get from a flamethrower.
I do like my flamethrower. Now, don't be hating on my flamethrower. Ladies and gentlemen, Anitra was asking for a picture to put in my pilot profile, and I sent her a picture with my flamethrower. And if you don't have a flamethrower, I highly recommend them, guys. They're first rate. It's great to have it. The only thing I want more than that is a bulldozer. Yeah, if I had a bulldozer. I think there's a song about that.
You should write one. So Jeff has cleared the pylons at Driftwood. And he has already turned around and making his way back. I can see clearly on the monitor here, he has cleared those pylons with plenty of room. So we'll see him coming around the bend here in about 30 seconds.
That's right. With that kind of power to weight ratio, he's not going to have any trouble. So, of course, what it's going to come down to here, folks, since the times are so quick, will Jeff be able to come in nice and high and have a high angle of attack, attacking the pylons and coming in, you know, with very little forward airspeed? Let's see. All right, and there goes Jeff Tinsfeldt, our next competitor about to come to the line, Mr. Patrick McIntyre.
While they're getting Jeff's measurements, I want to also mention that he is running that Flash 3 Duke propeller. Duke propeller is also one of our silver sponsors here at the 2023 ArkanSTOL Ozarks Backwoods Challenge presented by Patriot Aircraft.
So there's a lot of planes out here running Duke propellers, aren't there?
That's right. Tony Sanchez in that number 63 airplane that was having time of his life is running that Duke propeller. Hal Stockman's running that Duke propeller. I'm not sure if Eddie Sanchez is running it. I'll have to double check.
So Patrick comes up here in a Rans S7. He's coming in with an empty weight of 800 pounds and a 912.
Go
That's
figure.
a Rotex 912. Now he's running a Kato prop made by Kato.
Patrick has an
Jerry clears the line.
Patrick has an estimated 500 hours in just the last 12 months.
It's a lot of flying all of a sudden.
Well, it could have something to do with the fact that he's a part-time commercial contract pilot flying your favorite feature airplane, the Pilatus PC-12.
If money were no object, I would have a Pilatus PC-12. That is a great and capable airplane. And I thought I wanted that until I saw the Bearhawk.
Oh, yeah. You do love that Bearhawk. All
That thing
right.
is a beast.
Patrick has rounded the corner to get on a Traveler. I tell you what, Patrick has two of the coolest part-time jobs I've ever heard of. He's a Pilatus pilot, contract, and he is also a veterinarian that specializes in orthopedic surgeries for dogs.
That is fascinating. And then he's got his leg fixed. I was just thinking about the orthopedic surgeon for dogs. On a corner patch we're talking about.
All right, here comes Patrick. That Rans S7. Love that yellow paint job. So pretty.
There he goes.
Now he's running the TK1 gear, and he's running VGs on that Rans S7. He's got the 29-inch Airstreak tires. And it looks like this is his first year at ArkanSTOL. We have about 12 ArkanSTOL rookies here this year, and that's an unprecedented amount of new pilots at this event. And I think that speaks volumes to the amount of growth that we're seeing in STOL aviation.
That's right. We're seeing a lot of growth in STOL aviation, the fastest growing sport in aviation. And of course, one of the appeals to that, folks, is that you really get to get close to the airplanes and smell the exhaust fumes. You know, you can go to an air show, but you're not going to get close to the jets. You're not going to get close to any of those unlimited 300 aircraft that are up there flipping around. Here you really, and you also get close to the pilots. And I cannot encourage everybody enough to come out to the meet and greet after the last prop stop's turning and come and meet these pilots.
That's right. And if you're interested in knowing more about these pilots, you can head on over to the ArkanSTOL website at arkanstol.com, and you can click their pilot pictures there on their website, and it'll take you straight into their individual profiles on STOL Nation, where you can learn all about the pilots, their aircraft. You can interact on their social media platforms right out of their profiles. All right, here he comes. Coming in nice. Here we go, he clears the pylons, down he goes. So he's got his first run in the books. Patrick does. They're going to get his measurements and get him off the strip. And while we have Jeff Tinsfeldt, is going to line up in that Just Aircraft Highlander. Now, I believe he's the only Highlander here that's not the XL.
That's right. He's still got the short coupled Highlander.
That's right. They've now come out with the Highlander XL, and I believe that gives them an additional 2 feet on those fuselage, which we'll talk about later on in the Unlimited class.
There we go. Now, those are both Highlander XLs, aren't they?
They are.
Okay, except, of course, for the most famous man on the internet who's not on the internet, Mr. Hal Stockman. So, folks, this will be Jeff's last run. Colonel Tinsfeldt's going to get this run in and then take it to parking. You'll notice he has his helmet on, required equipment, at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. Here we go.
Jeff is one of the pilots that has been participating in the afternoon flyouts at the end of the event. They've been going out and taking these backcountry airplanes and landing them on the sandbars in the river. They're out having a good old time.
And that's a good bit of these events, folks. The pilots love coming to them because they're able to get together with like-minded pilots and like aircraft and just get out there and just have a good time, just have some fun. Jeff's made his turnaround. He's about to come around the trees, coming out of Traveler.
All right, Jeff is down at Driftwood. He has cleared the pylons on the way in, made his turnaround. He's on his way back, and he cleared the pylons out of Driftwood. So we'll be seeing him come around that corner here shortly. This will be Jeff's final run of the day. All right, he had to give it a little bit of power so he can make it over the pylons. And although he did have to give it a little bit of juice there at the end, I believe, Matt, he may have actually stopped shorter than he did in his last round. What do you think?
I think he did. Absolutely. That was much shorter than his last round. Which, of course, shaves a lot of time off of his time because each foot is a second.
All right, now we've got Patrick McIntyre, and this ran's S7. This will be his final run for the day. All right, Jeff's going back to the pits as he's finished up for the day. We've got our line judge, our flagman checking, getting his clearances, making sure everybody's ready. Patrick is off, and he's headed over to Traveler. Now, I haven't had an opportunity to get down to the Traveler, but I hear it's really, really exciting. I was talking to the line judge down there that worked all day, and he says that's his favorite spot. And for any of our spectators across the way there, they do have shuttle buses right behind the registration booth, these big white vans. They say ArkanSTOL on them. I know that Flying Eyes has helped ArkanSTOL in supporting to get those vans out here. And there are viewing areas at both of these other strips, at Traveler here to the east and Driftwood to the west. I highly recommend, if you've got the time to get over to that Traveler, I wish I could get down there myself. I think that's probably the most exciting part of the course, in my opinion. Patrick making his way to Driftwood. We're going to watch the monitors here. Thanks to Intercut Productions, they've done this great production and set up so that we can see what's happening at these 2 landing strips. And for you folks over there that are on the spectator side, right behind the airplanes and coffee booth there is a green roofed pavilion, and inside of that pavilion they have TVs where you can see the 2 landing strips and also the scoring. All right, Patrick has turned around at Driftwood. He's cleared the pylons, and he's headed back our way to the river strip. And while we're waiting for Patrick to come around the trees, I want to introduce Andy Humphrey from Heaven Bound Aviation. He's one of our sponsors here. He's one of our gold sponsors, or excuse me, he's our platinum sponsor. Andy, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We're having a great time.
Patrick's coming around. Down, give it a little goose there, power, and get him stopped. Great job, Patrick. All right, so our next competitor, you're very familiar with, Andy. It's Jacob Leonard. Tell us a little bit about Jacob and how you know him.
Yeah, Jake is a friend of mine that we started working together in 2017. He's a full-time missionary in Peru with his wife, Michaela. He started out working with us at Heaven Bound, and we taught him how to fly, and he's now a private pilot, a CFI Sport, as well as an AMP. So he worked with us for quite a while while his wife was going through college, and she's finished now, and they've recently moved down full-time to Iquitos, Peru. He's become quite an accomplished pilot. He's, I think, around 1,000 hours now. He's done a lot of flight training with us, mostly in tailwheel and the Taylorcraft, but he's flown a lot of different airframes for us.
And can you tell us a little bit about this airplane that he's flying today as it takes the line and is competing here at ArkanSTOL?
Yeah, absolutely. The Aeropract is it's a special light sport aircraft, so it is a factory-built aircraft. It's made in Ukraine, actually. And of course, the first question people ask are we still getting them okay? And yes, we are. They're building them as fast as they ever have. My hat's off to the Ukrainian people for sure.
And Jacob is off. That is such a unique looking aircraft. It definitely stands out. Love the color.
One thing that really I think sets the Aeropract apart in this competition is it's a completely stock airplane out of the factory. There's no modifications on this airplane at all. So it's weighing in around 740 pounds. It's got the Rotax 912 IS on it, 4-blade E-prop, and it's quite a performer. The airplane will cruise at about 100 comfortably miles an hour. Stall speed is under 30 with the flaps down. So for a stock airplane, it's an incredibly good short field airplane, even though it's got the wheel on the wrong end. But a lot of people do like that. So the one that Jake is flying right now is an A22. The red one in the booth over there is an A32. So the A32 will actually cruise about 130 miles an hour, and it has the same exact engine in it. The stall speed is actually a little bit less on the 32.
Wow, listen to that. Now that sounds unlike any of the other Rotax I've heard come through here. It almost had a little bit of a whistle to it.
Yeah, I think what you're hearing is that 4-blade E-prop. We did have a 3-blade Kiev prop on there, which does okay, but I've really become a fan of the E-props. They're very smooth, they're very quiet, lightweight, and they really pull hard. They look funny with a really narrow blade, but they really do bite the air.
Well, we saw him take off, and it seemed to just rip him right off the ground, so it seems to be effective.
Yeah, it does really well, and he's not going for the shortest takeoff possible here. If he was, he'd be running 20 degrees of flaps, and he'd pull it off a lot sooner, but it would cost him a little bit of time, so he's letting it roll out a little bit longer.
And as we've discussed with Matt here, it's not all about the time here. It seems like the stopping distance is the name of the game here today.
Yeah, really the way the scoring is, the stopping distance is what really matters. A few seconds here and there is not really going to add up to a whole lot. It's the rollout on landing that is critical. And we'll see how he does when he comes back.
All right, and he's turned around at Driftwood. We can see on the monitors here he's cleared the pylons. So he should be making his way around that corner here in about 30 seconds or so. Do you want to talk us through the landing?
Yeah, this is Jake's first time at ArkanSTOL as a competitor. So he's had 2 practice runs on this course. This is the 3rd time in his life he's run the course. So we'll see how he does.
Well, and as I said with Matt earlier, we have a lot of rookies. So a lot of our new pilots here at ArkanSTOL are in the same boat as Jacob on that.
Yeah, he's an instinctive pilot. I think he'll do real well. He may try a little bit twist on the technique, but we'll see how he does.
All right, we'll watch on the screen here for the pylons. Make sure he clears those. And he clears them with room to spare.
Very respectful.
Yeah. That was a good landing for Jake. He's doing really well for strict stock airplane. He's coming over the pylons right at that 30-mile-an-hour range, or maybe even a little bit under, and dip the nose and try not to pick up any airspeed and drop it on without bending it. I told him he's got one rule in this competition, that's don't bend the airplane.
That is a good rule, and we really want him to follow it. All right, we've got TJ Johnson taking the line. He is flying his Kit Fox 5. I had the opportunity to speak to TJ a little bit this morning while we were getting ready to come to the briefings, and he started flying when he was 20 years old. And let me tell you what, he traded in at 20 years old his Mazda RX-7 to buy an airplane before he had his private pilot.
I bought my airplane before I had my private pilot's license.
I feel like that would keep you motivated.
Absolutely, because now you got an airplane. You better get your license.
But you want to talk about being passionate about a sport as a 20-year-old who's running around in a cool RX-7 with a rotary engine, right? Those are cool cars. He gave up a sports car at 20 years old to buy an airplane. That's impressive to me, to the dedication, the passion.
This shows where your priorities are.
That's right.
I keep forgetting you're a car girl.
Yeah.
Big time car girl. So, and which only makes sense if you think about how many people we have coming to the STOL community from the racing community.
We have a lot of competitive pilots that have some sort of experience racing, whether it's motorcycles, sprint cars, stock cars. I know we have highly competitive autocross drivers that are now coming over to STOL. Also, I want to say that TJ asked me this morning to please give a shout out to his lovely bride, Erin, and his son, Dax, that she gave him permission to come out here and do this, and that's what really matters. All right, we've got that 105 horsepower Rotax 912 as he screams across the sky here, headed over to Driftwood. He's also running the VG kit, the TK1 gear, air full struts and gears. He's got all kinds of fun stuff on here. Speedster tail, constant speed prop, carbon panels. The list goes on and on.
So, since we're talking about heaven-bound aviation, if I wanted to get some training in an aeropract, could you provide that? Let's say, because we're talking about buying an airplane before you have your pilot's license. Does your company provide flight training as well?
Yeah, we do. Surprisingly, I'd say close to half of the people that we've sold aeropracts to in the last year and a half have haven't either completed their pilot's license or haven't even started. So we've done a lot of training in it. The blue one came in right before Sun and Fun in March, and it's just about to 400 hours now. So we use it quite a bit for training. We do use the 32 as well, mainly for transition training if guys are needing to transition to that airframe. And we do a lot of tailwheel training in the Taylor crafts as well. So we stay pretty busy with training. Jake was an instructor for us till he went full-time to Peru. We've got a couple other instructors that work with us and I instruct, so we have a good time. Mostly sport, we do a little bit of private, but our focus really is sport pilot. It's kind of a vacuum in the industry, it seems like.
So I have a couple of buddies who are sport pilots, and other than not being able to land at night or going to Class B, I mean, if you wanted to be, I have a PPL, but I generally fly on the weekends, a Sunday pilot. You can do just about everything that you can do with a private license, can't you?
Yeah, that's actually correct, and you can fly in Class Bravo with an endorsement. There's actually 12 airports that you can't go into, but every other Class Bravo, Charlie, Delta, you can go into with the endorsement.
So we're slipping that Rand's S7 in.
That's Kit Fox 5, Matt.
Kit Fox 5. There he goes. Looks like he had a little extra energy left over, so he put the nose up and go ahead and let the bottom of the wings take some of that energy out.
All right.
Who's that came in there?
Going to get him measured up, and then we're going to give it back to you, Andy. We can talk through Jacob's run again in that Aeroprax. That is a pretty blue color. As much as I'm a car girl and a gearhead, I do also like pretty colors.
Oh, well. So now the two bubbles on top of the wings, those are the fuel tanks, are they not?
Yeah, that's an extended range fuel tank, so he's got 30-gallon fuel capacity in that one. If you could get to 20-gallon tanks, and they're straight across the top, but most people don't.
A 30-gallon fuel on a 912 IS, what's your range and flying time on that?
You can get just about 600 miles in a 22 and about 800 in the 32.
800 miles range. I think I'd have to stop.
Well, the thing is, the fuel is not the limiting factor.
I don't think the fuel would be the limiting factor for me either. Really like the bubble windows on that. That's really nice.
Yeah, the visibility out of that airplane is just unrivaled. And the space inside it as well. That's a 50-inch wide cockpit. It's got an undercut dash. We've had guys 6'7" that have trained in that airplane comfortably.
Of course, I'm always thinking about Young Eagles. I'm thinking about what a great airplane that would be to run Young Eagles in, to be super efficient.
It is.
Super light. You could roll them through there like really quick.
And it's a very fun airplane to fly. I mean, it's really light on the controls, really maneuverable and crisp. It's just the airplane has no bad habits. I mean, you can do anything with it. You can slip with full flaps. There's no problem with that at all. It's got a very good stall warning. You got a solid buffet. You're going to know before it stalls.
Okay.
Just a great flying airplane. The designer, Yuri, he worked for Antonov and was a career engineer, and he has really designed that. They're up around 30 different airplanes he's designed now.
Awesome. What do y'all putting in a panel in those?
Either the Dynon or the Garmin is what we generally put in. There's a few of them out there with steam gauges. You can do that, but that's pretty rare nowadays. Dynon is probably 80 or 90% of them. There's a few guys that want Garmin. The red one over there has Garmin because it's full IFR. It's got a GTN 650 in it. A lot of people might be wondering why we're running the 22 in the competition instead of the 32. The 32 is faster. It'll actually take off and climb faster, but you can't slow it down near as fast. It's just too clean. You can throw it in the slip, full flaps, and you just can't come in near as steep. It'll come in as slow, but coming over the pylons, it's going to be a longer landing.
Okay, well, that makes sense. And of course, here the contest is how fast can you fly slow.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you got to be able to do those things to get that energy out.
Exactly.
All right, man, that was outstanding.
The 32 sure is a nice cross-country cruiser. You know, we came from Columbus, Ohio in about 6 hours. Lots of baggage space.
So, quick question: did while you were coming, do you have autopilot in that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we have autopilot. It amazes me how we'll be at a show and some of these old timers are like, why would you want autopilot in that airplane? Like, you never had one, have you? They're awesome.
I've never had one, but I've been in one that had it, and it made a huge difference.
Oh, it does. You know, even in that 32, I mean, it'll fly an IFR approach coupled on the autopilot. I mean, it's got all the capabilities of a lot
It'll
more
pick up the
expensive
ILS
airplanes.
and just bring it down to the runway.
GTN 650, it'll fly RNAV or ILS. So.
That's outstanding.
I'm watching on the monitors here, and Jacob has cleared the pylons, and he is making his way back. So if we look over here to the west, we should see him coming around. And there he is.
One thing it's interesting when he's coming in on that approach, you know, we're flying right down to the edge of stall, and that airplane has a very solid, noticeable buffet, you know, when you get right before stall. It's also got the AOA, but he's coming over the pylons, so the AOA is screaming at him, and he's flying in that buffet. And it's really a interesting feeling till you get used to doing that.
Well, that's what we're here about. We're about flying these aircraft at the edge of their performance.
All right, Andy, if people want to contact you, what's the best way for them to get in touch with you?
Best way to find us is online, heavenboundaviation.com. And of course, we're out here today, so stop by the booth. We've got brochures and cards, and you know, take a look at the airplanes. They're here on display for that reason, so check them out.
Awesome. Andy, thank you so much for your support and supporting the 2023 ArkanSTOL Ozarks Backwoods Challenge presented by Patriot Aircraft. We do appreciate you. Thanks for coming up and talking to us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, TJ's taking the line now for his second run in that Kit Fox 5. And we thanked his wife. We said hi to his kid. He's off. TJ is also the founder of the Great Michigan Bush Company STOL Contest. Now, Matt, you flew Oz this weekend, right?
I did fly Oz this weekend. It was great. I got up with Kenny Monger, and we went up to Banks Ranch and flew a lot of those, and then we went to Trigger Gap and landed there and saw some of the great facilities built by the RAF. It was awesome.
Awesome. Well, TJ has founded the equivalent of that in Michigan. So
Awesome.
they do a STOL contest every year out there, and they have a bunch of private strips that they've organized, and it takes on the same feel as Fly Oz. So we encourage any of our competitors, volunteers, spectators, if you're in the Michigan area, look up TJ and find the Great Michigan Bush Company.
Great Michigan Bush Company. Let's wait for TJ to come. Let's wait for TJ to come by here, and let's see who we got sitting with us.
What you think he's running in that, Matt? I'll give you 3 guesses. You only need one. That's right. He's running the Rotax 912. That's right. And Matt,
It's a popular motor.
who do we have with us up here on the stage?
Oh, I believe we got Mr. Jerry Clemens of Clemens Insurance. Hey, Jerry, how are you?
Hey, good, Matt. How are you?
We're doing great today. It's a beautiful day. We got a beautiful sunshine out here, and we're just watching these planes fly, just having a great time.
Life is good in Arkansas.
Life is good in Arkansas. Well, Jerry, while we got you here, first I just want to say thank you for all your support of the STOL community. Clemens Insurance has been right there on the forefront of all the developments in the fastest growing sport in general aviation. So thank you, Jerry, from all of us.
We love this place, Matt.
I tell you
It's
what.
wonderful.
It has been wonderful, and your support of all the other events, my events that we run down there in Louisiana, and I'm gonna tell you what, I got to see Jerry do some serious competing down in Jennings, Louisiana. This is an accomplished STOL pilot, I'll have you know.
Oh, that was fun.
That was a good time.
We had lots of fun, Matt.
Y'all were within 3.5 feet of each other.
Yeah,
That's a fight. That's a dog fight.
that's a husky dog fight.
That was a husky dog fight. That was awesome to see and great to witness.
Let's watch for TJ and mention him one more time.
And so we're waiting for TJ to come around these trees here. So Jerry, you're a STOL pilot. You're a competition STOL pilot. Let's see what you've got to say about TJ when he comes around this corner.
Oh, he's got her slowed down. He's looking good.
He's nice and high.
Oh, yeah. Stabilized approach.
Look at there, he just slipped
Hold her
it in.
steady. Hold her steady.
Played that gear out really pretty well, didn't he?
That was the best one he's done so far.
That is definitely the best one he's done so far. Let's give it up for TJ, everybody.
Good job, TJ.
That was outstanding. Textbook. That is his last run. Well, that's how I'd like to end a competition.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, that's how you want to go out. That's the note you want to go out on.
That's one to go home
Right
on
there.
for sure.
So, Jerry, what can you tell us about Clemens Insurance?
Clemens Insurance. We started Clemens Insurance in 1985. So, been doing this a little while. I'm really kind of embarrassed to say that nowadays because it makes me look old. I
Oh,
used
not
to be
around
proud
here,
to say
brother.
it, but not anymore.
Not around here, brother. Go. Too funny.
Here comes old Brett.
Yeah, here come Brent Womack. So we're going to get TJ off the runway and let Brent go. I don't think 1985 was all that long ago. I graduated high school in '87, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't
Well,
have
I
been
was
that-
12.
Couldn't have been that long ago. So other than STOL events, and we know that you guys insure STOL events, what are some of the other types of insurance that you guys carry?
Oh, we do. Obviously, we
Oh,
do all
hold
that.
on,
Well,
let's
here
watch-
goes
let's
Brent.
watch
He's ready to
Womack
go. There he
take off.
goes.
Go, Brent, go.
Brent Womack. He's an accomplished STOL pilot. We seen him at Reno last year.
Awesome. You were at Reno this year, weren't you?
Yep.
Outstanding. So other than STOL events, what are some of the things that Clemens Insurance insures?
Oh, you know, at Clemens Insurance, we do all kinds of aviation. We do FBOs, we do flight schools, we do flight clubs, and we do charters, everything. And we do aircraft manufacturing, we do aircraft parts companies,
Just
everything. Everything there is to do with that. The only thing that we really don't do is the 121, which is the airlines.
awesome.
So that's a little above our pay grade.
So you're right in there with GA
Yeah.
all day, every day.
Oh yeah, we love supporting it. Of course, I love the STOL stuff. You know, my nephew Austin Clemens, he's been in the STOL
Yep.
for
Here
quite
comes
some
Brent.
time. He's looking good.
I saw Austin's here, but he's not competing this year.
No, his airplane is out at Trent Palmer's and going to High Sierra.
Awesome.
We might see Brent in this Rans S20. He is also a STOL drag pilot, so I think we'll be seeing him out at High Sierra this year with
I think we
Austin.
will. Yeah. I'll be there as well.
I know. We love seeing Jerry's smiling face at all these STOL events. It light up a room.
There goes Brent. He just crossed the pylon, looking good.
He's in that Happy Dog, that Rans S20. It's the only Rans S20 we have out here this week. We've got a couple of Rans S7s, but this is the only S20. He's named that dog after the name of his airplane is the Happy Dog, and he named it after his dog. He's got a Pomsky,
There he comes
it's a
back.
Husky, and a Pomeranian, and he says it looks like it's smiling all the time, and he calls it the Happy Dog, and he named his airplane after it.
Well, there you go.
Oh, love it. Should be coming around the corner
That's right. I keep thinking he'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
Yeah.
Brent will be coming around the mountain when he comes.
So,
Looking good, Brent.
very good, Brent. Look at that. He's barely got that tail wheel off the ground. That's about perfect braking.
Textbook.
That is hard to beat. So coming up to the line here, we've got Mr. Wayne Smith of Watauga, Tennessee. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sure they'll correct me at dinner tonight. So he's had this Kit Fox in the family since 2020.
Wait, I think Wayne's mic'd up.
I think we might have Wayne mic'd up here today. We might be able to let you listen to him.
That is a good-looking Kit Fox.
It really, truly is. Now, that's the 5 Series Kit Fox with that 912 in it. You know, I'm seeing more of these 912s at this competition. That is a seriously popular motor.
Rock solid.
And so he does have the Edge Performance big bore kit in it, electronic fuel injection. So that's a big bore 912. Who's a big bore? I'm a big bore. Who's a great big bore?
And I was just given word that this flight was made possible by 3M tape for Wayne Smith in that Kit Fox 5.
So he is also uses his Kit Fox. He spends a lot of time with his kids in his airplane, and I can tell you, I have my kids in my airplane a lot. Folks, if you're not riding kids in your airplane, I mean, are you even flying? Here he goes, Wayne Smith.
Oh, that was a good start.
There he goes, looking good. Got the tail up early.
He's got those Acme shocks on there, and they're looking good.
Yes,
nice, smooth.
Indeed. I'll be looking forward to seeing those Acme shocks play out when he comes back through. So if somebody wanted to get an insurance quote, Jerry, what would they do?
Well, there's a lot of ways you can go on our website at clemensinsurance.net. You can call us at 620-421-9999, and we've got a whole bunch of people there that love to talk to you.
Awesome.
You can go over to our booth right here at the show, and we've got live quotes going on right now. We've got our computers all set up. We've got the Starlink going. We've got the phones. We've got underwriters at home that are talking to us.
You're one of the only people on this field that's got internet. And here comes Mr. Wayne Smith to the right. He is in that 912 for everything it's got.
Man, that thing sounds good.
It sounds great.
He's running the Whirlwind propeller. It's a 3-blade. Edge Performance big bore kit.
You know, so Wayne's got about 4,500 hours now. I'm estimating that, because he had to fly here. And in the last 12 months, he said he's flown over 250 hours. That is a lot of hours in 12 months. He has obviously been practicing and getting ready. He says he lands his Kit Fox at his house over an obstacle on a regular basis. So the skills that the pilots are being challenged on here, he does at his house in the real world, IRL, in real life.
Every day.
That's right. And we mentioned in his profile here that it has given his family lots of time one-on-one. His wife drove their RV in while he flew over them on the road, and there were some mechanical issues with the RV. Oh, okay, not mechanical. I believe the roof came off of it while they were driving down the road. They called the truck stop down the road. Wayne got permission to land that Kit Fox in the parking lot at the truck stop. They gave him permission. He landed. He helped his wife, Christy, fix the RV, and now they're here having a good time doing that one-on-one family time.
Good thing Wayne was flying IFR.
That's right.
I follow road.
That is a great story. You know, by the way, hold on, we're going to talk some more about Wayne Smith here in just a minute. I mean, that Wayne Smith, that's a bad mother.
Watch your mouth.
Just talking about Wayne Smith.
Oh, look at that. That's a nice approach.
Nice approach, nice slip. Acme shocks playing out.
Oh,
Beautiful.
yeah. Look
Beautiful.
at those Behringer brakes.
Beautiful. Great job. Outstanding,
Textbook.
Wayne Smith. Give it up for Wayne Smith, everybody. So another thing about Wayne, this is fascinating. Not only is he instrument, multi-engine, tailwheel, obviously tailwheel endorsement, he's a glider pilot. So are you glider qualified, Jerry?
What's a glider?
I'm not glider qualified.
I've been a glider pilot before when my engine quit.
You didn't mean to be a glider
No.
pilot. So back to talking about quotes. I see you've got some giveaways here.
Yeah, you come over and get a quote. We're going to give you a hat.
Outstanding.
Maybe a cup. Maybe a pocket knife.
Outstanding.
You know, if you're real nice, I might even give you a hug.
Oh, look out. But are the hugs free?
Well, no.
The hugs are free.
No. Yeah, they're free.
Brent, let's mention his high hours. Remember, he's got like 16,000.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So coming up to the line, we got Brent again. You know, Brent's got about 16,000 hours.
Oh, yeah. Very accomplished pilot.
And you know what? we're gonna get him off the ground, Jerry, and I got an insurance question for you.
All right.
Here goes, folks. Brett Womack. So, serious question. So, at what point in hours do insurance companies, because I know everybody works off actuarial tables, at what point are you at your lowest risk as a pilot? Like, insurance companies, it seems like your insurance gets expensive, and it's expensive, but then you pass a certain number of hours, and you seem to get a little price break.
Oh, yeah, you do. You know, typically guys with low time they struggle with that because the price is obviously higher.
Uh-huh.
And what the insurance companies, they look at your total time, but what people don't consider or they don't think is important is the time and the make and model airplane you're trying to insure.
Okay.
You know, especially with a tail wheel. You know, if you're out here, if you have low tail wheel time and you need to get insurance on it, you need to get time in that aircraft.
Well, here's a guy with 16,000 hours, Brett Womack, coming back through. That's a lot of time in the air.
That is a lot of time in the air.
So what you want to have is high time in the type of aircraft that you're trying to
That's
insure.
the most important thing is make and model.
Make and model.
Absolutely.
Okay. So and if you've got hundreds and hundreds of hours in a model, well, it makes good sense. You don't have to charge them a lot for insurance.
If you know the aircraft, that's the biggest statistic is make and model.
Make and model.
Now you get into more complex aircraft, like if you're flying a King Air or a jet, they're going to want make and model time in that as well. But then there's other things that you're going to have to do, schools and things of that nature. But these single engine aircraft, they like to see you flying in that airplane and just experience.
That's awesome. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
You probably answered questions like that when you did your talk at the AOPA tent, didn't you?
Actually, with the Cyrus deal, I didn't end up doing the AOPA tent because nobody was there.
Oh, well, yeah. We were a little busy this morning. Everybody was a little busy this
But
morning.
I've given that talk several times. I did that every year. I do this talk at the Beach Bash in Kentucky for the Bonanza guys and all the
very good.
Beechcraft get-together thing. And we go to different aviation events, and we talk about aviation insurance quite often.
So that's got to be completely different from this event.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And here comes Brent coming in on our right, your left. Look at that pretty
Oh,
stuff.
textbook, Brent.
That's gorgeous.
Very nice. Oh, yeah, nice
man,
and
that was
smooth.
He just kind of floated that down there, didn't he?
Good
That
job,
was
Brent.
Nice. Very nice. And look how short it is. I'll tell you what. They are putting up some great scores
That they are.
today. And you know, folks, I know if you've been down to the stage, the main stage, Avi Nation has got 3 simulators, Anitra? Three whole simulators. You can go down there and virtually fly the course on stage right next to where the Bluegrass Band, the Gravel Yard, will be playing tonight. I can totally vouch for the Bluegrass Band. They're unbelievable. The food has just been great, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been wonderful.
And then right next to that, you're going to have people flying the simulators all night long. So when we get out of here, after you go to the meet and greet out in the pits and go meet all these great pilots, and don't be afraid to ask to get your picture taken, folks. They love taking pictures and put that stuff up on social media. We just love that. So it looks like we've got...
Wayne's spooling up again.
Yeah, we got Mr. Wayne Smith again. Getting ready to go. The glider pilot.
Matt, we're constantly talking about the community, the culture in Stoll. Jerry, you're a huge contributor to the community. You know, you're a sponsor. You help us out with insurance, but you're always also around the campfires. You're cheering on everybody. You really support the community. And Wayne Smith has helped one of his direct competition. We have Garrett Mitchell, a lot of them know as Cletus McFarland. He needed to get his weight balance Wright and his Cub crafters over there, Carbon Cub. This is his first STOL event ever, and Wayne gave him weights to help get his weight balance right to someone who's competing in his own class. I think that speaks volumes to the community that we have out here.
The camaraderie of this group is just amazing. They all have fun together. They all hug, help each other out. It's wonderful.
And here comes Wayne. Nice hard turn over the trees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he meant what he just said.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was very nice of Wayne to help Garrett out like
Look,
that.
Absolutely. And these pilots, look, they are competitors. They're hard competitors.
Oh, yeah.
But they want to win on the field. They don't want to win in the pit.
That's right.
They want to win. They want to find out who the best is. And if you want to find out who the best is, you got to compete against the best at their best.
And those bragging rights are kind of fun.
The what?
The bragging rights.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. You want to rib your neighbor.
And look, sometimes, you know, even when you fail, it's fun. You know,
Absolutely.
I still hold the record for the longest scratch at Sun and Fun. And, you know, nobody has broken my record yet.
Oh.
You know, and I'm going to, they didn't give me a trophy. Well, they actually did give me a trophy. They gave me Trevor Otto's trophy by mistake. I had to mail it to him.
Looks like Wayne's on his way back.
He's going to clear, you know, with that 912 like that, and he'll be able to clear those pylons. No problem at all.
Well, his
just
last
gotta
approach
love them.
coming in here looked pretty good.
You got to love the performance of these backcountry aircraft. Being able to.
Oh, look at that slip coming around. Looks like he's got lots of control.
Yeah, here he comes.
His second attempt. Looking good.
All right. Nice compression on those shocks. Outstanding. Give it up for Wayne Smith. That is an outstanding landing. Hot dog, man. Did you
Yeah,
see
those
shocks play
those
out?
Acmes look pretty good.
Those Acmes look
They did their
real
job,
good.
didn't they?
They did. They did. They killed all that energy. Just killed it. That was outstanding. Watch this. This is cool.
Levi Noguez in that storch. We've got you hot on the line. What you got for us, Levi?
Yeehaw! I am on the line and I am getting ready to roll.
Go get him, Levi.
2023, I just got my third shuffling away to get out of the way and the green flag to go up and down. I'm getting out of your way. Levi wins at Traveler light variable and wins at Driftwood are nils. We're all going to Driftwood nil. This is like a rodeo. All I gotta do is nod my head and I would feel out of the chute.
All right, boys.
Ride him, cowboy.
All right, folks, you're hearing what they hear on the radio. Here he goes. Yeehaw! Called it. Called it.
That's the best thing ever.
Oh man. Hey, y'all gotta do this every year. You gotta have this every year. You can't not put up this.
Oh yeah. Do they do this at other events?
Sometimes. We did it at Reno.
Yeah, I've seen
A little bit.
I used to hear Sean Tucker do that. That was pretty fun.
That's amazing, man. That is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Makes me happy.
Round of trees.
All right, folks, here he comes from Traveler to the east.
Okay, y'all. Don't worry. Levi knows where the other airstrip is. Levi having a little fun with everybody on the radio today.
It's his first time, and I think we just let him focus because we were thinking the word's not just there.
Sure is neat to see all the people out here camping and partying and just enjoying the flying. It's a lot of fun. And I am always glad to see all the kids out there watching us fly. It's just so much fun to inspire aviation to these young folks.
And Levi, we love to watch you fly.
Yeah, come on board. You ready or not? Here I come. Think I'm a little high, but man, maybe not. This is the tricky part.
This is the tricky part.
That was a clear run for us, Levi, from our vantage point.
All right. Thanks for riding along with me. That was a lot of fun.
Good job, Levi.
I have insight on him, too, that I had to talk with him this morning that's not in his bio. Nothing. Yeah. Well, it's all race car shit. I don't have anything about him. Oh, I know. But well, here you go. You can talk about it. We have taken the line here at Garrett Mitchell. A lot of you will know him as Cletus McFarland from the Freedom Factory. Taking the line, his first STOL event ever in that Carbon Cub. Jerry, you know a little bit about Cletus. Tell us what you know about him.
Well, I tell you, he likes America.
You're off the speakers. No more speakers.
He does love America. Look at that wrap on that airplane. He's got the stars and stripes on there.
Got his own racetrack.
Freedom. He loves freedom. It's called the Freedom Factory. He actually, his
yeah.
racetrack's about an hour from my house down in Florida, and
Oh,
I've
yeah.
been able to visit there. My favorite race he did down there was the Danger Ranger 9000.
Oh, my. Well, here goes Garrett. I'd call that the Freedom Cub.
Much like we've said, again, yet another pilot that comes from the motorsports industry. He's big into race cars, and now he's into racing planes. But Cletus got his first. He was a rotor wing pilot before he got a fixed wing. He just got this Carbon Cub this year. He's been flying for about 3 years, but he's been flying the heck out of everything he flies. He's a Pilatus pilot.
Yeah, he's a Pilatus pilot, and he's got a couple of helicopters. He's got a Bocal 105, and he's working on an MD 500.
That man's got some airplanes.
Oh, yeah. So,
Well, he's making his first run here at the Ozarks Backwoods Challenge look really good and clean. Coming back around, listen to this engine as he comes screaming across the river strip. That just sounds like freedom to me.
oh, yeah, it does. Now, if y'all go over to the tent at Clemens Insurance, Mid-Continent Instruments is providing something for you to possibly win. It is a power supply for your panel of your aircraft, where you can get. It has 2 USB ports on there. It's got a clock. It's got a stopwatch, and it replaces your 2¼ inch 8-day wind-up chronometer you can take out and just slip this mid-continent instrument power supply and clock in your airplane, and you can come by Clemens Insurance and sign up and possibly win. All you got to do to sign up is have an airplane. So stop by over there at Clemens Insurance tent, talk to one of the girls, and tell them Jerry sent you, and they'll get you signed up for the drawing. So we'll be drawing for that about 4 o'clock. So go on over if you would like to get signed up for that.
Thank you, Jerry. We appreciate you so much and all of your support in this community. We couldn't do it without you. Oh, no. Serious. All right, we were watching Cletus's run. He did clear the pylons going in, out of Driftwood, so he should be coming around. In fact, there he is. So he is about to complete his very first run of ArkanSTOL.
All right, he's got full flaps in. I love that he's got the stars on the bottom of the flaps. Look at that America. That's some America right there. Little bouncy, but
nice.
Holy cow, wait a minute.
In the words
Hold on, ladies and
Wait
gentlemen.
a minute
Hold
now.
on.
Can we get a hell yeah, brother?
Yeah, let me tell you something, brother. That was a really good run. That's hard to beat.
He got so excited. He got so excited he started to
2
take
seconds
off.
to his time.
Settle down. Settle down, Garrett. You're going to be okay, buddy. Let them get out there. They're in a golf cart, man, not a 4x4. Just give them a second. Outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, that was outstanding. We're not going to know. This thing is anybody's game. So that was his first one, Jerry. They're always a little longer on the first one than the second one, typically. Okay? And holy cow, he just planted that sucker.
How many feet do you think that is, Matt?
Well, we can look. I mean, 200, 300. So it's about 330 past the cones.
330 feet past the cones,
yeah,
folks. That's pretty good.
All right, Levi, you're hot on the line again. Tell us about, you got any plans for your second run here at the 2023 ArkanSTOL Ozarks Backwoods Challenge presented by Patriot Aircraft?
Yeah, that's a tough act to follow, Cletus. I'll tell you what, he just left me out here with nothing to do but just to find a good way to fly and hopefully I don't lose any parts on the runway. Cletus can still fly that darn airplane, can he?
He sure can.
I think y'all ought to give a big hand to Cletus as he passes by. He's not only a race car driver, he's an airplane pilot too, and a helicopter guy. Here we go.
It is super fun to watch, Levi. Matt is a big fan of your landing gear there. Oh, he's
That's a
waving.
wave, by the way.
Oh,
What did he say?
he's waving. He said
Oh,
something about,
he was waving as he was
Yeah.
leaving.
he's so great.
All right, it's once again time to power off.
you cleared the pylons. We're looking for you, Levi. We'll see you at the meet and greet, Levi.
Yes, sir. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. All right, we've got Garrett Mitchell, a.k.a. Cletus McFarland, taking the line for his second run. That was an impressive landing, a huge improvement over what we saw from his practice runs yesterday.
All right, folks, we got Garrett Mitchell with a phenomenal run. Let's see if he can do any better.
Well, Matt, I know he can do better because this time he's actually going to stop and wait for the measurement. Because that great score that he got last time, he forgot and he moved.
Yeah, he moved 2 feet.
He moved about a good 2 feet, so he can't make that rookie mistake again.
Folks, listen, we're not giving any scores out here from the booth because they're not official yet. But he almost took down Brian Steck with that run.
We'll go with unofficial.
Unofficially, he almost, but you know, almost doesn't count. But
in horseshoes.
Good gravy, look how close they are.
All
look
right.
how close they are to one another. This is an outstanding competition we got going on.
Oh, yeah, it is.
He is already left Traveler and is coming back to us here to the east. He's going to make his way over to Driftwood. And boy, he is flying. Listen to that.
Now remember, folks, when we say that as if he were competing with Brian Steck, they're in two different classes. So the two of them being in different classes, you know, we're looking at the overall total score. And the most important thing, bragging rights.
That's right. We talk about community and around the campfire, and these guys, they compete with each other regardless of the class.
They race their one wheels, Anitra.
They'll race anything.
They'll race anything. I think you give them two of those golf carts out there that the volunteers have been running around in. I don't know if I'd let them race those. Like, you know, because they'd start swapping paint.
Oh, yeah.
Rubbin's racing.
Oh, yeah. They'd start, hey, that's right. That's right.
All right, so Garrett has cleared the pylons down at Driftwood. He is on his way back already. Boy, I tell you what, he is making good time. Again, I'm telling you, you say that I'm not correct, but I think all these guys were holding back yesterday because the performances that we're seeing today is a big difference from what we saw yesterday in practice runs.
We're on a whole nother level here. And here, Garrett's going to come around this corner. I am going to be fascinated to see how he comes in, because I'm so glad he can't hear us, because if he knew that he was just mere feet from number one, I mean, you know he'd be even more aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look how slow he looks coming around that corner. With those big star and stripes, flaps down. What a beautiful sight.
He loves freedom. Oh, look at this. Putting those Acme Aero gear to work.
Okay, now that one's going to be longer than his last one. Still a great run, though. Great.
That's right. Cletus says, if you got the shocks, you should use them, and he sure did on that run. Yep. All right, taking the line now is Eddie Sanchez, number 48, in his Devil Girl.
All right, so we got...
So this is one of two just aircraft Highlander XLs. Eddie just took delivery of this airplane about a month and a half ago. So something very exciting about this airplane is that we've got two Highlander XLs out here competing in this unlimited class. They are both running the Sidewinder Yamaha 998 turbocharged snowmobile engines. Those are turbocharged 3-cylinder.
Now that motor is made to accept a turbo, isn't it?
It is made to accept the turbo. That is what they built these for. And so this is Devil Girl 2. His first Devil Girl was the Highlander, which is about 2 feet shorter than the XLs.
They call that being short coupled. And here he goes, folks, Eddie Sanchez.
Listen to that. Now, I had the pleasure of watching him run Stol Drags a couple weekends ago down at Reno, and I'm telling you, that airplane sounds a little bit different here than it did a couple weeks ago. I tell you what, you can hear him ripping through this valley. He's come out here, he's building this airplane to give Steve Henry a run for his money, as are a lot of purpose-built airplanes coming to the scene. It's very exciting. Now, Steve Henry debuted his Yeehaw 8 earlier this year, so these are both fairly new aircraft to both of these pilots. But Steve is dialed in, tuned in a little more. Eddie is looking to do that. Again, he's just taken delivery of this airplane. He's still tweaking it, but boy, I tell you what, he's given us a great show in that Devil Girl 2.
Oh, he sure likes it, doesn't he, Anitra?
Oh, he loves it. You know, he named that after his wife.
Oh, yeah.
Ripping and roaring through the valley.
Man, that sounds good.
The Ozarks will never be the same.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow.
Excuse me?
You know what? Ask oh, Ryan. Ask Ryan. In a green shirt?
We're watching Freddie on the monitors, and he is into Driftwood. He has cleared the pylons. I imagine we might hear him echoing through the valley coming back. First you hear him, then you see him.
Well, those Sanchez's, they brought a big presence with them this time.
They really did. I tell you what, those Sanchez brothers, they have a good time out here racing.
They got their sister Pam here, too.
They brought the whole family.
Oh, yeah. Those two brothers are both airline pilots.
That's right. You saw Tony Sanchez earlier whooping it up in that number 63 Just Aircraft Super Stol. And this is his younger brother, Eddie. He flies a 777 for United.
Yes, he
and
does.
Tony flies 737s for Southwest. Yeah.
We said
know
that.
our pilots.
We did that.
All right, and
Oh,
here
Eddie's
comes
looking
Eddie.
good. Oh, nice stabilized approach. Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Come on, Eddie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job, Eddie.
Folks, that's right. Give him a hand. He is flying the heck out of that Highlander XL.
Beto Sherry Sanchez is just jumping up and down right now over there.
Yes, she is. Devil Girl herself, and is also basically Eddie's crew chief.
Oh, yeah, she is.
She puts in work. She comes out. You'll find her in the pit. She'll help him push that airplane, cleaning the windows.
Now you can line up and wait.
We love our Sherry Sanchez. All right, who do we have now? Is this Hal Stockman, the one and only? Hal Stockman and his Rans S7 Lawnmower 3. Now, Hal has a lot going on in this Rans S7. This is his Frankenstein Rotax. It's a combination of a Rotax 912 and 915 with the zipper big bore kit. And I could just imagine that Hal decided he needed an engine and took what was ever hanging out in his hangar and slapped it together and put it on the front of that Rans.
You want to know anything about a Rotax? Who do you ask?
Hal Stockman.
That's right.
It has a term. It's Stockmanized. If Hal has
Stockmanized.
worked on your Rotax engine or had anything to do with it, it's been Stockmanized.
There's stock Rotaxes, then there's Stockman Rotaxes. That's right, Danny.
And he's off. All right, now you know why they call that Rans S7 the lawnmower. It sounds like an angry lawnmower as he rips through the valley here. Hal is running a 3-blade Duke propeller. Something very special about that propeller is he is running a reversible pitch prop. We've seen some of the MT reversible pitch props like Brian Steck has. Those are hydraulic. Hal's reversible prop is
manual
or mechanical.
Yeah.
And you'll hear that when he lands. And sometimes he engages it even before he reaches the ground. You'll hear a switch, and RPM will go up, and then you know he's in beta.
That's right.
Here he comes screaming across the river strip in that Lawnmower 3, headed over to Driftwood.
It says he'll flatten out the pitch whenever he's in the air, but he won't put it in beta because it'll blank out his tail.
Well, he says he rides it right there on the line.
Yeah, right there on the edge.
Now, we were watching him at STOL Drags last couple weeks ago over at Reno, and I had the opportunity to judge at the turnaround, and he was engaging beta about 300 feet from the line.
My goodness.
Yes, you could hear it. You hear a switch, a sound in the engine, and then the RPM go up, and we're like, what is that? And when he lands at a complete stop like a helicopter.
It's pretty amazing.
Just plants it. I tell you what.
Only Hal.
Only Hal. And I tell you what, you guys make sure you make it out to the pits and talk to Hal. He's a neat guy. He's got funny sayings, and boy, he sure does love to talk about airplanes, especially Rotax engines.
Where's he at, Anitra?
Well, it looks like he is on his way back from Driftwood. Of course, he's cleared those pylons. We had no doubt about that, and we should see him round in the corner here in about 30 seconds.
I'm trying to get the scores up right now so we can see which of the Sanchez brothers has the shortest landing.
Now, they had a head-to-head race at Reno also, these two brothers. They have so much fun, but they are competitive, as you would expect from brothers.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Hal on final. Listen, no sound. Here we go. Can you get the beta? There it is. Look at that beta. Stop that airplane.
All right, Eddie, you can line up, boy.
You know, I drove by the Sanchez boys coming over here, and I had Tony Sanchez yelling at me, "Where's my hat? Where's my hat?" I need to go bring him a hat.
You need to bring him a hat. You know, he's yelling at me the same thing. Where's my hat? Where's my hat? But I disappointed him. I don't have it this time. All right, so we are getting Hal's measurements from his first run while we have Eddie Sanchez taking the line for his second run of the day. And boy, I tell you what, have you seen the inside of that Highlander XL?
Oh, it's beautiful.
They did a great job with that interior of that airplane. He has got style. The brother, I'm like a mom over here. I get my kids mixed up.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie has that black flight suit, number 48 on the back of it, always styling with that cool mustache.
With the mustache.
Mustache with the curly cues at the end. Y'all make sure you go see him at the meet and greet in the pits. You have a look at the inside of that Devil Girl, too.
And here goes Eddie.
It's more like you tell me. How you doing? And he's off. Listen to that Yamaha Sidewinder rip through the valley. That's a 998 turbo Yamaha snowmobile engine. That's a cool thing about all these experimental aircraft out here. They can get as creative as they want to pull power and for these purpose-built race planes.
Yeah, it is incredible, Anitra. I noticed where he's coming around the corner there. He's doing it right. He's swinging out wide and coming around so he doesn't hit those trees. He's looking good.
You hear him down there. He must be turning around already. Here he comes.
How fast do you think he's going, Anitra?
You know, I'm betting we're looking at around 125, 130
That's what I
miles
was
an
thinking.
hour. That's what I'm thinking. All right, Eddie is making his way to Driftwood. We've just seen that he's cleared the pylons at Driftwood. And he has almost already stopped and turned around. I'll be quiet. You can hear him get that turnaround echoing around the valley.
So we can tell you this, folks, between the two Sanchez brothers, currently Eddie has Anthony on time, but we're waiting for the sheet here to update to find out which of the brothers had the shorter landing.
All right, so Eddie has cleared the pylons coming out of Driftwood, and we should see him any second coming around the bend. There he is, and that beautiful Devil Girl, too.
Well, here he comes, folks. Mr. Eddie Sanchez. Now he's going to he did not beat his brother on his first landing. Let's see if he can get it down and stop this time.
Look at that.
That's
Oh,
good.
that's a better distance than last run, isn't it,
Better
Matt?
than last one, but guess what? I don't think he's got his brother on the landing. He might have him on the time.
I heard him say on the radio just now that was ugly, but it doesn't have to be pretty. We just want you to stop.
Oh, no, we don't.
He
no,
is pretty
We're not worried
enough.
about when you got a mustachio like that, you can land ugly. It's okay.
He's pretty.
Is that Tony on there bantering with him? All right, we are getting Eddie's measurements and Hal Stockman's taking the line, and then we can see that Yeehaw 8, number 44, Steve Henry's Wild West aircraft, just aircraft Highlander XL. All right. We've got clearance, waiting for Hal to give the nod. We've got the flag drop, and Hal is off.
So you'll notice he's going to keep it low and then slip it into Traveler. So we're sitting here discussing scores right now, folks. You can have a great score on time as long as you understand that each foot on landing is a second. So I'll tell you now, without giving too much away before the award ceremony, that as of this point, Tony has the shortest landing. But we won't talk about the time because that's going to figure into it also. And here comes Hal Stockman. Looking good.
Listen to that angry lawnmower come through the valley.
I love it. I have so much fun telling my other pilot buddies. They say, well, I'm going to a STOL competition. They say, where is it? I said, well, the whole thing takes place in the valley. And then they give you a look. Like you're just cray-cray.
All right, we're watching on the monitors. We're looking for Hal to make his way into Driftwood, and I see him. He is going to clear the pylons.
That was an easy clear on the pylons on the way down.
I imagine he's about stopped now.
We're going to get him turned around. And then he'll come back out of Driftwood, and we'll easily clear the pylons on the way back out.
And he's off. Making his way back. Clears the pylons at Driftwood.
Even clear the camera view, like the camera view of the pylons. Too easy.
The award ceremony, that we'll do over here will be at least a half hour after we open the pitch. Meet and greet.
Well, I figured it'd be at least 45.
Yeah, probably more. Yeah. Tell them 45 minutes because we've got to review the scores, chance for you to be
All right, here comes Hal coming around the bend, coming in on final. Again, he's got that Duke propeller 3-blade reversible pitch prop that's mechanical. So you hear him, there's no sound coming out of that engine, and he's going to drop it in. And here's that beta. He's already engaged with that beta before he hits the ground. Look at that. Come on, Hal, stop that thing. Woo! Look at
Outstanding, ladies and gentlemen. That was an outstanding landing by Hal Stockman.
Indeed. That's a game changer right there. That changes everything.
That is a game changer.
Man. All right, we've got Steve Henry taking the line while they get Hal's very impressive measurement there. I want to encourage you all, as soon as Steve does his last runs, he is the last competitor of the day. All of these pilots are getting over there to the pits, and when that last prop shuts down, we are opening these competitor pits to you, the spectator, to go over there, meet and greet the pilots. They have stickers. They want to answer all of your questions, take your pictures, and then directly after that, about 45 minutes or so after we open the pits, we have now moved the award ceremony from up top to down here, so you can also watch our winning pilots receive those beautiful trophies.
Those are beautiful, Anitra.
They really are. That's Red Tag Art. They sponsored those trophies, and I tell you what, they did a beautiful job.
I'd like to go buy one of those.
I know, right? All right, so we've got Steve Henry in Yeehaw 8, his Just Aircraft Highlander XL. He's Wild West Aircraft. That's his business. He sells these kits also. This is a new aircraft to him. He debuted this aircraft at Swampstall earlier this year, your event, Matt.
That's right, Anitra. He debuted that at Swampstall, and since then has put on impressive performances in STOL drag, all sorts of National STOL Series events. If you've never seen this plane fly, folks, you really got to see it. He and Eddie are probably going to be what for time, because they have the exact same plane with the exact same motor, Jerry.
That they do.
So what does that leave? What's that leave for us?
Talent.
Talent, the landing.
You know,
it's all the landing.
Steve's had a little more time to tune his in.
Okay.
He may have. This is kind of a new plane to Eddie.
Right now.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Henry.
Okay, Matt, give me 1 second. Ow! All right, we know we're getting about 130 miles an hour out of that Yamaha engine.
I think he's running about 145.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We're not going to say that. Okay, so.
But you know the mic's on.
Listen,
You just said it.
listen. No, I didn't say anything. Okay, so
I didn't say it.
let's talk about a very cool mod on this airplane. Very hard to see. It's very subtle. When Steve Henry pulls that power, if you look inside of that airplane, next to his flap handle, there's a mysterious second handle. He's got spoilers that pop out of the top of those engines. And I spoke to him yesterday after he ran the course, and he says right as he pulls power, just after he pulls power, he pops those spoilers up. So if we watch real careful, we might see those spoilers pop out of the top of that wing as he comes down.
And you know, Anitra, with the speed of that airplane, I think he got him a little bit more speed when he put the Clemens Insurance sticker on the
I
side.
bet he did. You know, they say you
think
get
that
like,
was it.
I think it's 5 horsepower per sticker.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
at least minimum 5 horsepower for Clemens
Absolutely.
Insurance stickers.
All right, let's look at the monitor. Can we see him? Oh, I hear him. Here he comes.
Here he comes, folks.
Let's listen for the power pole.
No, looks like he's going to kind of drag it in a little.
I see those spoilers.
Good landing for Steve Henry.
Yeehaw!
Right there. So the way this scoring works, folks, if he is close in time, if they're he and Eddie are kind of close in time, it all's going to come down to the landings. If their landings are close, then it all comes down to the time. Let's see as these times start to populate. So we're going to wait for them to get their measurements. Steve's got one more run to do. Probably not liking this crosswind with a little bit of tailwind. Probably not liking that swirling wind either.
All right,
if you
Matt.
look at the green flag over here, this wind is just, it can't make up its mind. It can't decide what it wants to do.
We talk about the challenges of running this course. Steve's going to have to take a second because he's going back to back, and we need to wait for his brakes to cool down. So I want to talk about the simulators up on the hill.
Let's talk about it.
All right, so we've got Avi Nation to set those up, those simulators, these beautiful big surround screen. You got 3 big old monitors up there, and all of you spectators over there, if you are interested in flying the course and taking on the Ozarks Backwoods Challenge, you could go right on up there to the main stage, and you can fly this course in the simulator.
That's right, and those simulators are amazing. They got wraparound video screens, realistic controls. The only thing they don't have is hydraulics underneath them to move you around so that you get that little feedback. But I mean, they are just so realistic. And something that is really amazing about these simulators is that you can train on almost any aircraft out there, and then when you're ready to go out in real life and fly that aircraft, you've already got an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours in a simulator. Steve Henry's getting ready to take the line. He's letting those brakes cool down.
Hey, Matt, how much does it cost to fly the simulator up there?
It is 100% free.
It's free.
Provided by Avi Nation.
Well, we thank you, Avi Nation. And those simulators are going to be up and running clear through dinner tonight. So hope you're not in a rush to get out of here. Go to the meet and greet, watch the awards ceremony, take a ride up to the stage there and fly the course, have a meal. Have a good old time. It's a great way to end a great Saturday.
It has been a great week here at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge presented by Patriot Aircraft. Just a great week. We thank all of our sponsors, especially Patriot Aircraft, Clemens Insurance, all those great sponsors that are out here, Air Tech Coatings. I'm just looking at feather flags now, folks. Steve Henry is lined up. He's getting ready to go.
Gary is getting the go, the thumbs up from our ground crew. Steve gives a nod and he's off.
Yeehaw! Off he goes.
It's impossible to even talk over that. We'll just be quiet and listen to that Yamaha Sidewinder scream through the valley.
Thing is unbelievable. So is it still a secret how much shaft horsepower the Sidewinder's making? Because every time I ask somebody, hey, how many shaft horsepower are you making with that Sidewinder? I get funny looks. They go hem and they haw and they kick the dirt. And
I can tell you, at Reno, they tuned it up. They gave it max power, and Steve tuned it up to 400 horsepower out of that 3-cylinder 998 turbos.
Let's listen to it as it comes by, folks.
Unbelievable.
That's crazy. And there he goes down into Driftwood. So that is a lot of horsepower. That is an amazing amount of horsepower. Did it actually pull your truck across a parking lot?
It did. We were at Sun and Fun last year for the demos, and he was running maps and he was tuning it. And down there at the grass strip over at Sun and Fun, there are no tie downs. So we tied him up to my Toyota Tacoma, put the e-brake on. It was in gear, and he tuned that thing up, and he drugged my truck 4 feet.
That is amazing. Did they say how many pounds of thrust he's producing?
They did, but honestly, I don't remember. A lot. It pulled my truck. The airplane weighs 700 pounds. My Tacoma weighs what, 3,500 pounds easily?
And it pulled it 4 feet across the sands of Sun and Fun.
Effortlessly.
That is called thrust. I wonder if Steve just decided to try and set an altitude record, if that would be the plane to do it in. You kind of wonder. But of course, he'd have to modify it for that. All right, folks, he's turned around. Here he comes back. Okay, let's see. This is it. This is for all the marbles, folks.
Spoilers are out. Thank you, Jerry, pointing that out. Get that thing stopped. Use those knobby wheels. Look at
Holy
that.
Holy cow. Ladies and gentlemen, that's less than 300 feet. Sorry, Eddie. That is less than 300 feet. That is the shortest landing of the day.
And we just heard him on the radio give a yeehaw, and that's also how that airplane got its name, Yeehaw 8.
That is the shortest landing of the day right there, people. He understood the assignment, changed up a few things, and got her done. Outstanding.
All right, folks, over there, as soon as Steve's score is recorded, he's going to run over down to the STOL pits here on the east side of the field. We're going to open those up for you guys. Make your way over to the pits. The award ceremonies are going to be happening in the STOL pits. Stick around for that.
And don't forget, folks, go to the ArkanSTOL merch tent. Let's give it up for Steve Henry. As he comes by, he's got that tail high. That means he's happy. He should be happy with a landing like that. Outstanding. Shortest landing of the day here at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. Make sure you stop by the merch tent and make sure you get the last of the merch on your way out. Get a poster. You might be able to get it signed by the one, the only Steve Henry, with the shortest landing at the ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, brought to you by Patriot Aircraft.
That's right, and Jerry Clemens is on his way to his booth now to do that giveaway that you guys were talking about a little bit earlier today. That giveaway prize was provided by Here, you know what, Ryan? You are a sponsor here. We've got Ryan with us, right? He's running production over here. He's keeping us in check. He's volunteering at this event, working his butt off, but he also sponsors the event. So why don't you tell us what he's giving away and what you provided?
Thanks, Anitra and Matt. It's been a great event. You guys have done an amazing job. We're so happy to turn out, and we're just having a great time. I've been quiet this whole time, and I think that's important because there's a lot going on back here. There's a lot of people that take their time to make this event happen, and we are so happy it went well. I hope everybody had a good time. Mid-Continent Instruments and Avionics and True Blue Power is the company that I work for, and Jerry is giving away one of our USB digital clocks. We also have some USB ports that are by themselves, and you can also enter to win or get them in the raffle that ArkanSTOL is giving away as well. So glad to be here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, that's one sponsor we've mentioned here. Ryan, again, thank you. But we have a long list of sponsors that we're going to read off to you, and we are grateful for every one of them because this event would not be possible without their support.
That's right. We want to thank our 2023 like-kind sponsors, Avi Nation.
We've got Buffalo Outdoor Center.
The Experimental Aircraft Channel.
We've got FAA, Lit, FSDO, and FAST.
Flight Outfitters.
Klein Designs.
McFarland Aviation Products.
Sky...
Plane Works. Skydive River Valley,
Tempest,
the Pilot Club,
Aero LEDs,
Hug and Haul,
Red Tag Art,
Stole Nation,
Stole Nation. All right, our platinum sponsors, real quick. We've got Young Aviation,
Intercut Productions.
which we want to thank them for this whole production and broadcast.
Just an incredible setup. Stole It Aircraft,
We've got Legend Cub Aircraft,
Dawson Aircraft,
Mid-Continent Aircraft,
and Heaven Bound Aviation.
and our gold sponsors are Afterglow Aircraft Solutions,
AOPA,
Clemens Insurance Agency,
Concord Battery,
Conway Aircraft,
Edmunds Aviation,
Just Aircraft LLC,
Savage Aircraft,
Wilco Flying Services,
Fast Signs,
Sport Air USA,
Fly with Levi,
Surefly Electronic Ignition,
and VSL.
and then
We don't want to forget our silver sponsors,
we've got FBO Props,
QAA Hartzell,
SRK Construction Incorporated,
Scott Petroleum,
North Little Rock Air,
Kit Planes for Africa, also known as Drake Aircraft Adventures,
Swift Aviation,
Simmons Homes with Greg Simmons,
Power Lift Hydraulic Doors,
Lima Bravo Aviation,
Ingold Aviation,
Duke Propellers USA,
Just Plain Fun,
Baxter Insurance Group.
Flying Eyes Optical.
Anitra, it's been great. It's been fun.
It's been real fun.
Always good seeing you. I think we did a good job today. It was so great having all you great people out here. Thank y'all for coming and supporting the 2023 ArkanSTOL Ozark Backcountry Challenge, and brought to you by Patriot Aircraft. I'm Matt Peterson.
This is Anitra Goddard, and we are out.
Matt also wanted to say woo pig.
Go Tigers.
Had to get the last word in. Yeah, Arkansas lost today. Oh my God, it was like 25 to 19 or something like that. So they won? No, they lost to A&M. Oh, well, okay. SEC is a mess this year. Hey, good job, good work. Good job, Rick. Good job.
Holy crud, that was amazing. I gotta go. That was amazing. That was amazing. Good, great, Ryan. Great job, dude. I love working with you. Anytime, dude. Anytime you need